What's good, everyone? Peace and salute. I'm gonna play this track by Sir Drop.
I can't unbeat
HOTC, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. HOTC, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. HOTC, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. HOTC, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. My ideology is just an idea of the shit I run like diarrhea, waking up non-believers. And I'm not talking about Jesus neither. I got my dad and my mother's features. I use my nose to measure evil, the treasure keeper. My mind thoughts measure deeper, but higher than Ebenezer. Weapon squeezer, lesson teacher. I've risen from what's left from reefer. You can feel the chakras forming space right between us. I travel Venus, and the ending's just beginning. Now we need ventilation just to walk the nation. We facing elimination. I'm looking at this shit sideways. Now we witnessing tidal waves. Mass destruction. Mother Earth going to war against the wrong people. Praying's out of the question, we had our chance to. And everything you read in Revelations is gonna come true. I speak in tongues, come from worlds beyond this atmosphere. Writing hieroglyphics, a descendant, building a pyramid with my brain. Like them Egyptians, the core of my mind enables me to travel back in time. You know the body stopped, but the soul will never die. 2,000 years ago, I was here, but in a different life.
I can't unbeat.
Yeah. Peace, Lapis Blue. Man, I wish I could share my screen. This sucks. I just downloaded a bunch of pictures like you see here in my avatar. I found tons of UFO pictures and paintings, especially like old Renaissance paintings. Trying to find this video of the so-called UFO crash, and the guy said he was on the phone with the police, and he said, "There's an alien in my backyard. He's definitely not human," but I can't find it. What you been up to, Lapis Blue? I gotta check your channel out. I think you were dropping, damn, did anyone hear me? I hope my, hold on, let me check, make sure everything's set up right. Yeah. Yeah, I posted some on my community page. I would show my pictures, but within a week and a half, I pay for unlimited everything. I was explaining yesterday, but they only give me a limited amount on my hotspot, and that's how I use my laptop. But I don't know. Maybe I hit a button or something, it won't let me on. I just don't get why. Within a week and a half, they said I used it all up. I'm gonna try it out. Yep, connected, but no internet. It's never done this to me. What could I have hit? The button. Maybe it's something in the phone. Um, let's see if this will work. My fault. You use your unlimited data. No, I have unlimited everything. Phone, text, and internet. But when I turn my hotspot on and I go to sign in on my laptop, it's not what's this? It's not letting me. It's saying I have no internet, which is odd because I'm on the internet. Now I'm trying. They say there's ways to sign on through Bluetooth, but I've tried that too. I don't know how to do it. Let me see. My bad. I'm trying to hook this up through Bluetooth. Peace, Orphan Annie. I don't know. I guess this is harder than I thought. How the hell? I don't know. Oh well. I tried. They make it seem easy to do this Bluetooth connection. But I'm gonna show pictures the old way, I guess. Oh, I can't even do that. So how am I going to send them? This is crazy. It's always something. Damn it. Maybe I hit something. Google. Um, Peace, Michigander. Bex. Yeah, let me see if I could sync. Yeah, I had to hit something. It don't make sense. I had this problem. Let me see. This network is not synced to your account. Learn more. Well, I can't learn more. I hate when they do that. They tell you to hit this to learn more, but you can't because there's no internet. Fucking idiots. How is it not synced? Let's turn that off. Advanced. It says I'm not synced. Server. Should I put automatic server or Google name server or custom name server? Hidden network. Using a hidden network isn't recommended for security reasons. Why not? Boy, it's my network. I'll hide it if I want. Yeah, it's not recommended because you can't see it. Let's try again. What's everybody up to today? Keep saying it. How am I not synced? This is the problem. If I put this, what'll happen? You could, peace, no. I'm just trying to see if I can, figure out why it says, what's configure mean? Oh. I just don't get why it's saying, I'm not synced. Direct internet connection. Automatic proxy configuration, web proxy, audio, manual proxy. Direct. What do I have? Automatic. Oh, we're going to try automatic. Nah. Web proxy. Not provided. So I guess direct is what it is. Huh. That's a shitty situation. I don't know. This is preposterous. Nearby share. Let's go to setup. Why would it only let me share my? That's odd. What is sync and Google services? Here we go. Enhanced spell check to fix spelling errors. Chrome sends the text you type in the browser. No. Automatically send you statistics and crash report. No. Why would I want to send that to Google? They will encrypt my data. Is that a good thing, everyone? Encrypt synced passwords with your Google account. That's not good. Encrypt sync data with your own sync passphrase. What does encrypted mean? Are they like hiding my stuff, or are they stealing it more or less? I don't like that. How do I get out of that? There, because I've noticed that they save my passwords and ask me. I don't know. Yeah, I got everything synced. So hold on, customize sync. Boom. At first it says I'm not synced. I look, it says I'm synced. So I got an idea. What if I oh, what the heck? Dude. This is odd. Don't link any Google accounts. Yeah, I'm taking that off, or I already. I can't remember my fucking password. Oh, now they're playing games. That's it. Well, I might have to transfer the pictures to my I'll use my what you call it here. Had a Gmail for 5 years, then linked to a YouTube account. It got removed over 10 years ago. Lost both. It funked up my Android phone too. Damn. I let me make sure none's linked. That's a good advice. Um, nah, none of them are linked. Um, yeah, it's not linked. I checked to make sure. Thanks, no. So, let me see. What are we going to talk about first? Uh, Let me see. These photos. Fuck the photos. I'm going straight to the source. Yeah, the crucifixion of Christ in 1350. Um, that was one of the pictures that I downloaded, and notepad. I gotta label these pictures. Um, yeah, maybe I should take this picture. Boop, boop. I hate when I like download pictures and they're so blurry or just crappy. Pisses me off. And then there's another one called Miracle of Snow. Has anyone ever seen? I'm going to excuse me. Damn. Smoke another cigarette. The Madonna with Saint Giovanni Giovannino. Oh, Mark Wicker basket. The Madonna with Saint Giovannino. It is. Booted me out as usual. That was a weird one though. Very odd. Very odd. This painting right here is something else. Triumph of Summer Tapestry. And like this one, it just sucks that a lot of these pictures you can zoom in on. Oh, there's this painting. Wow. Okay. We're gonna download it and see. That's it. How am I gonna zoom in on this little painting? Oh wow. Damn. I could zoom in on this baby painting more clearer than a lot of the other stuff. So there's this picture. It's called the Madonna. That one with Saint Giovannino, and it has. It looks like Mother Mary, Madonna, probably the same person. She's like in a praying position, but behind her, there's this little guy in a mountain way behind her, and he's got his hands, looks like he's waving to the UFO, which is odd. And it says the painting Madonna and Child with the infant, Saint John, okay? Because there's two infants too, with halos over their head, which can be found in the Hercules room of the Palazzo Vecchio. Vecchio is affectionately known locally as Madonna del UFO, or Our Lady of the Flying Saucer. The painting Madonna and Child with the Infant St. John, which can be found in the Hercules room. They just said that. Wow, they repeated themselves. Somebody called Dan Brown. It turns out that a hidden message is in the Da Vinci painting. Isn't as good as it gets when it comes to art conspiracy theories. In fact, tourists on a Florence, Italy guided tour, they find themselves face to face with what some people consider proof that unidentified flying objects have been among us far back as the Renaissance. So just what is it that has ufologists so excited? Not even going to keep reading on because I could tell where that's going. No. I don't know why it keeps booting me out. Most people are not aware of the symbolism rules of Byzantine or medieval art, so they are easy prey for ancient astronaut theories about it. Yeah, they could say that about, but I disagree. Some people will say, oh, that they're from aliens, the technology. Well, I say they're from the ancestors. And I personally know there's nothing pretty much new under the sun. Like, I even think these stories of, like, wars and floods, these floods and all that were more or less wars. And a lot of technology was hidden under these big floods and explosions or whatever. Maybe there's underground caverns that when there was a war, it like blew up the entrances. They couldn't get in if they blew up certain buildings. You know how they have the underground that connect stuff, and these Laura Croft or Indiana Jones, some people were searching for ancient weaponry that's probably better than any atomic bomb or any of that we built. I think the ancient technology, I mean, like the Vihara, people say, oh, that's for decoration. Well, a lot of them are. Let me rephrase that. A lot of them are for decoration now. But I'm talking about the original. Yeah, they got Viharas for decoration. Just like you could buy a freaking gold chain with a pistol medallion. That pistol medallion ain't gonna shoot real bullets. See, they keep saying, let's take one that ancient aliens showed up in the background. Now, because, see, that's what I mean. Because people see UFO, my avatar, the aliens automatically. That's what the mind is trained to see or say when you hear the word UFO. What does that have to do with aliens? When there's a freaking 747 jet flying over your head, you don't say, oh, those are aliens flying. So how do these people know there's aliens in these crafts? That's crazy. Just like I think a lot of like comets, whenever I've seen these so-called falling stars, they look like sparks. I forgot who had this footage of the sun, sparks coming off the sun. He had a really good filter. There was a guy who had videos on the electric universe, and that stuff was awesome. And it made me think, like, a lot of these so-called shooting stars, if they're not actual weapons that are being shot, like if you look up Operation Thor, I think it was, or was it, there's Operation Thor, where they have these metal rods. They showed it in G.I. Joe. As a matter of fact, I gotta download that movie so I can show some stuff. But in the G.I. Joe movie, they show iron rods being shot from the heavens, which is the high up. And they have the same effect as an atomic bomb, but no fallout. No nuclear fallout. And it's just a rod being shot from high up. Now, I think a lot of these comments people seen, they say, oh, comets destroy this and that. I think they were weapons, large bombs or rods being shot from high up. Like if you look in Africa at some maps before, I think it's before the 1500s, if I'm not mistaken. There's maps with Africa where the desert is, it's jungle with castles and all this other stuff. And then after a certain period, they disappear. It becomes that desert. And even in Google Maps, you could see there's remnants of bombs being dropped. I don't think rocks fall out of the sky. There's no comets. You know, people could say all they want. Oh, they found comets. How do you know? Did you do the testing? It could be a piece of coal, for all we know. These people say anything, and a lot of people go for it. And I've been there. I've been suckered into a few things in life, but now I question it because, you know, just because I could show a rock and say it's this, it's that, and the people that don't know any better will probably believe it. Long before the Renaissance, if Sanskrit, or you meant to say is, long before Renaissance, is Sanskrit, or Sanskrit is anything to go by. The Vimanas, yeah. Gabriel that comes here sent me some good stuff on from his yogi. It's a teacher, I guess. That's what it's called, a yogi. Yeah, I like the Vimanas are the flying. They look like pyramids a little bit. That's what the Germans modeled their crafts after. I mean, it's not even a big deal. It's just better technology, cleaner technology. You're not burning fossil fuels. It's all electromagnetic energy. And yeah, it's not even a big deal, man. The ancestors are flying around in these things, and I think that's why a lot of angels have wings in pictures, because it's representing them flying. But instead of them putting actual crafts, so people don't question and know that our ancestors were very intelligent, if not more intelligent than we are, they depict them with wings flying in the sky instead of in a Vimana or excuse me, other flying crafts. Yeah, Fallout, that's what I meant to say. And this sucks not being able to show pictures. The sun and moon are usually facing the cross. We're talking about this picture that's right where. Wait. The sun and moon usually facing the cross, which is supposed to represent them being witnesses to the crucifixion. The sheer number of Byzantine crucifixion scenes where these objects are depicted in such a way that they are obviously supposed to be the sun and the moon. Yeah, that's a theory. Okay. Yeah, because one of them is red, so it could be the sun and the moon representing. Because they used to represent the sun as somebody that too much. Facebook, they even Facebook. What's going on? Let's see. I didn't put aliens. All I did was UFO, and all this alien crap comes up. Oh, yeah, I never got an alert saying go live, Blue. I kind of forgot I made my live. Otherwise, I would have waited till you went live. And these epochs and like revelations, to me, revelations like in the Bible or even in the Quran. I forgot what. Let me pull my Quran out because I forgot what it's called. The Revelation chapters. Let me see. Man, this Quran is tore up. I need a new one. Assalamu alaikum. That was racist. Can anybody read this, Blue? All praise is due to Allah. It's got to stay not disrespectful. How dare you? It almost looks like you write this backwards or something, no? Oh, wow. Yeah, I like it because in the beginning, the noble Quran, a miracle from Allah to Prophet Muhammad, all praise is due. This Quran is not such as could ever be produced by other than Allah, Lord of the heavens and the earth. So I heard the Quran was based off of the Bible too, man. I forgot what they were saying. The two characters that were brought up in the Bible. They talk about Muhammad like Jesus, which Muhammad might be Jesus. I don't know. I doubt it. They talk about the Torah, the Injil, or the Gospel. Where's the damn thing that shows the chapters? Did I pass it? What's up, Blue? Trying to find content.
Peace, Charles. Yeah, I haven't even got long because I've got to take my children to one of my classes. Yeah, just on because I don't really know too much about like the Bible per se compared to probably you or a lot of other people. But again, I can only go back to like the experience I had when I go into a lodge or when I see these books in a lodge. I see the Torah, I see the Bible, and I see the Quran. Now, bearing in mind the Quran, what we read today is basically a fake version because it was wrote in the late 1800s by Jewish scholars in France. And
Quran was written by someone in France?
Yeah, by Jewish scholars, because you have the Hadith, the Hadat, so you have different parts of what was meant to be read. So the Quran to me is just like another storybook tying in, giving relevance or helping justify these other religions, because you have Jesus in the Quran, you got Muhammad or Muhammad, but you had Muhammad is a title because you had Muhammad II in the 1200s. So bearing in mind Muhammad, or the person who was the messenger for this message, it came out of the teachings of Augustine, who was in the Catholicism. So he taught Raquette and Kadisha. Kadisha was the one who enticed the man who we think's name's called Muhammad or whatever, to go and bring out the message. So bearing in mind, Arabic was the one that was the language that they used to basically push Mohammedism before it was called Islam or being a Muslim. And these were the people that killed off a lot of the original Aramaic and Syriac speakers. This is where you get a lot of certain semi-sacrificial context in the Quran as you do in the Bible, because the Bible, the God in the Bible is a sacrificial God, just like Zeus and all of these other gods, and it's just the same as
just like Moloch.
Yeah, exactly. So these are all follow-on additions for us to get caught into, with a bit of symbology, a bit of wordplay, but ultimately these people don't believe in none of that. They have no see in a lodge, these people don't talk from no Bible, they don't talk from no biblical stance really. If they do, they use the people as personifications of how you or a society should be. That's how they talk. Obviously with the Quran has links to the seven circle Islam and the Shriners.
So that's why the Riz wears the 7, even though 7 is G for God. But the Riz is big on the Quran and all that. Not that that matters, I'm just saying, because in New York they have the Nation of Islam, which is the gods of earth. Yeah, and that's like an off branch of the Quran.
But this comes from the Shriner. The Shriner, being a Shriner, the Shriner's symbol is the two cutlets, kind of like facing each other at the top with something in the middle. I can't remember. Again, the Islam flag, the crescent moon and sun, that is Mercury. That's Mercury and gold.
Yeah, the sun, star,
the elements, because these people didn't have men personificating things first. It would have been women first anyway. They would have used as a personification of nature, and then they would have used the man. But before any of that, it would have been again the alchemic elements that would have been used. Otherwise, why aren't these other deities called elements of the earth? They're not elements because they're not real. The real elements are what was being personified through the sun and the moon and other objects. So yeah, I just think like these books aren't to be prayed for, because if you're like even there lying in prayer waiting for somebody so you can spring on them and make them your victim. That's where I see being preyed on. I don't want to be the prey or being preyed on. These words, like you got a bird of prey. What the hell is that all about? You know what I mean? Sitting on a prairie, waiting for its prey. Like these words are all like, I'm gonna come and get you, take you, because it's like a succubus. You know what I'm saying? Like this God that we're giving, we're making this entitled entity or this a figment of people's imagination. We've made it real. We've made people think that when they find money on the floor, it's God who's put that there. But what about the man who's lost that money or the woman who's lost that money?
Yeah.
Like, where's that work then? So
yeah,
again,
I heard bro said that before.
Who?
Maybe he stole it from you, but I heard him say it a long time ago, that same concept, and it made me think, like, I never looked at it like that. Like, yeah, what about the guy who lost it? What did God do to him?
My mum told me that. My mum told me that when I was like 15.
Yeah?
Yeah, like 18 years ago.
I like it. I like it. I never heard that one.
Maybe he has used it. I don't know, but he says, bro says a few things and I like certain things that he says.
Yeah, I mean to bring him up again, but that's where I heard it from. And then,
but it's true, because at the end of the day, it's like the same thing with the virgin birth. How can someone have a virgin birth yet you've got people needing IV treatments?
Right. I think they had it. What's that called? Insemination or whatever. I think they were doing that back then, where they would make women pregnant through, putting the sperm up in there. I think they were highly advanced back then.
Well, it's not hard to make a pipette. That's what they're called. Them things what suck up, like, because it's the air what you're using. It's basically, once you trap something what's open slightly, you draw in the air in that bit of the opening, because it's like it's got a thingy nozzle, a slim nozzle, but then an opened end. Because then obviously once you grab that bit, you've took away that air. As soon as you open it again, whatever underneath that liquid nozzle is going to get sucked up, and then you can push it in. So these things weren't even like the ancient people wouldn't have seen that as something making them quite. It would have been easy for them. So yeah, I can probably agree with you there that they was doing probably these things. This is probably where you get the the Holy Ghost, Spirit, and Father, or whatever it's called, without the woman. You know what I'm saying? This is probably where they added things like fashioning a woman from a man's rib. No, or is it that way? I can't remember. But either way, it sounds stupid.
Genetics. That's all. They took the genetics out of the rib, or the bone. Like, right. God in the Bible is not even that special. Jesus brings people back to life. Well, so does the fucking hospital.
Yeah, even when it's on about Jesus rising after 3 days, that's to do with him being canonized as a saint. Because in Catholicism, if after 3 days, one of the priests or bishops or whatever, one of the high clergy people, if they haven't basically gone into rigor, they are then canonized, because they look like they're still alive still. That's what it's all to do with, because they haven't gone into full rigor yet. You know what I mean? So obviously they see that as something great, like it's some everlasting life throughout. What they see, it wouldn't be death, would it? It would be basically a resurrection somehow. So, in the mythology of resurrection, we will canonize this man or woman and make them a saint. You know what I'm saying? At first, they used to use cherubs, little babies as saints, with their evilness and their wickedness. Even in Islam, all that stuff about being able to be with a woman, a child at 9 years old, and things like that. Like, These are weird types of books that people are putting there. Look, if you're going to read a book and you're going to take things from it that you see as real, even though it's allegory, you have to take everything real then, what's in that book. You have to listen to when God says Abraham or Abram, meaning from the ram, of the ram. You need to go and smite or kill all these people who basically look like you on these lands. because it was about colonization. That was the interpretation and context of that.
That God's a hypocrite.
Yeah. But in
He'll
natural,
tell you not to murder while he slaughters innocent women and children, and say they'll blow a whole city up.
right? And then in
crazy.
Islam, what they do in Islam for that justification, they'll say we'll give you 72 virgin wives in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Like, how old are they then? Are they 9 years old as well? Because in your mind, you can get away with things. Like, it's not funny, because a lot of this is how they bring forth old school pedo stuff. You know what I'm saying? This is how they were allowed to do these things through the name of Christ.
Didn't Muhammad have a wife that was way underage, right? I read that in the Secret Teachings of All Ages. Manly P. Hall brings up that Muhammad had a wife. She was like 12 years old.
Yeah. And Khadijah was like 45, and Muhammad, or the man who was the messenger, because remember, Muhammad's not the people's name. That's not your name. It's like the word Benedict. You know what I mean? That's like to do with writing again, because it's the edict. The Beni, meaning what's that? Fine, amazing, beautiful, something like that. Righteous, correct, something like that. So names like that don't
good
mean
word.
nothing.
Benedict would be good word.
You all right, Bex?
Yeah, good morning.
Afternoon.
Yeah, it's not even 7 a.m. here. Good morning, Charles.
It's horrible over here. It keeps raining, which is weird because we've not had no tropical weathers for it to be raining.
Hold on.
I was gonna say that the atom. I've had a few thoughts about. I have lots of. Okay, start again. Just woke up. The making of a woman from a man's rib is my area, one of my areas of expertise. Not that I can do it, but it's Swyer syndrome and Klinefelter syndrome, right?
Hold on, have you just woke up?
Yeah.
How is your brain so active just instantly like that? Like, wow, don't you stop. Like, I need time to like find my brain before I use it. Go on, sis, go on, I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Swyer syndrome, which I've probably talked about on Charles' channel here, but it's sort of the thing I drop everywhere. Swyer syndrome is a in utero eunuch, right? So it's a XY chromosome person who comes out phenotypically and psychosexually female. They're capable of having children. They need a donor oocyte. They discovered from animals that were born in litters that a baby boy, say one baby boy in a litter of girls, I'm exaggerating, but one baby boy in a litter of girls or between two girls in a uterus, especially in the uterus of an animal that gives birth to the litter from one uterus, one placenta, one uterus. Anyways, my point is they found that these little baby boys would come out not as masculine, right? And through genetics with the animals and the husbandry of animals, they've played around with these things, right? So you have a heifer, you have a bull, you have a breeder, right? Like, and especially about breeding practices, right? Like, so XY chromosome, it's called androgyne insensitivity syndrome. In Western medicine, we see it as we just call everything intersex, but intersexism only happens to the XY chromosome. You can't have permanently altered XX chromosome sexually, right? You can have, you can also flood the uterus with female hormones with a baby boy in there, and you will get a less masculinized, you will end up with a masculinized female if the mother's on testosterone, but you won't end up with anyone who passes for a man, right? Whereas with androgyne insensitivity syndrome, And you end up with in the perfect case, you end up with a little girl, let's say, like with a boy, with a little girl with everything looking the same. They don't grow pubic hair. They don't smell. It's funny because that was a joke back in the day. Women don't sweat, or real women don't sweat, or something. That they don't smell, and they look like all these ladies. They have long, lanky arms. They look like Victoria's Secret. They look like Angelina Jolie. They look like Lady Di. You know. Now that being said,
I was saying that yesterday. That my little boy looks like he's been made out of like something. It's just super cute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you saying that. You were describing him like all I could see was perfect. You know.
I know, and then my guy was like, "Just be thankful he's cute and cuddly now at that age." And I was like, "It's true."
Yeah. So so I'm almost done with the Swire syndrome thing, but the so one of the things I think it has to do with real estate. Okay, so I think it has to do with just taking it from a position of the wealthy on the planet and how obsessed they are with inheritance, and how they it has to do with making sure, like, if you had the kind of land that the Queen has, or that these people that we don't even know above the Queen have, right, the kind of money that they have, you can't just let your children and your family go out breeding with anybody, right? Because you're the ones that put the laws in place to inherit the land from the firstborn son, and that, So, and I think this might have something to do with aging too. Like, I think these people might live longer. Nice.
Some wedding cake and some mimosa.
Nice.
Bex, I'm not gonna lie, that went over my head, because I was trying to listen to what you were saying and think to myself, I'm intelligent, I know what she's saying, but I ain't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. So I'd love you to, if anything, you can send me something on Telegram about what just so I can get a bit more of a understanding where you're coming from, because it sounds, I kind of get what you're saying, like the meat and potatoes of it, or just the potatoes and veg of it. But it's not, how can I say it? Because I don't know. I haven't heard about it before. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to lie and pretend to try and conversate with you when I have no clue about it. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm not gonna be able to fortify or bring up the conversation. So yeah, I'd be grateful if you could, either still talk about it and give me a bit more information. Just so I'm on the right track, because I don't know everything. I know some people think No, I'm joking. But yeah, it sounds interesting.
Conveniently. There. My favorite one. Pregnancy and delivery in a patient with pure 46 XY karyotype. Summary of actual knowledge about XY women. This is the title of one. But so yeah. Charles? Just a second.
My bad. What's up? I'm posting. I was posting my link on Facebook. I never do it. I wanted to see what happens.
Sorry, my children were telling me off.
Peace, House of Nathan.
Right. Sorry, I've got to jump down because my kids want to go swimming and just staring at me. So yeah, I'll try and jump on later if you're still doing it. But
yeah, thanks, Blue. Take them swimming. It's the summer, no school, they want to have fun.
No, they should be at school going swimming, but I can't swim properly. And he's like, they just got to do lengths around me like I'm some flipping. I'm just there in the middle. Come and chase me. Come and chase me.
Take me swimming.
I love it, really. Yeah, I'm gone. Peace, everybody. Ground.
Nice to see you, Blue.
Yeah, always good to hear your voice.
One love.
Hi, Charles.
What's up?
Not much.
What did I put in the title? I put epochs, resets, revelation. I wanted to show these pictures, but then I was gonna send them to the laptop, but that means I can't send them through Telegram because I have no internet to connect over there. Peace, faceplant. So I could put them on my chip and then take the chip and put it in the laptop, but I don't know. I guess I have to wait 2 more weeks to figure out what's going on with my hotspot. I tried everything. I went to the settings, but I don't know, whatever.
The memory chip makes sense. Sounds like the easiest way.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, you don't have to show your pictures if it's not working today.
I don't like last month. I had mentioned this. I used it to almost the end of the month, actually. Like a couple days before I stopped using it. It always worked. Now, all of a sudden, it doesn't work. Like somehow, I got a 10% warning a week and some change into using it, and I barely used it at all purposely. So that's what I mean about these places, man. It's all a scam. I think I might have, like, I don't know. Son keeps telling me I might have, like, changed something.
Like change something in a setting somewhere?
Yeah. Reset settings. Maybe I should reset them. Remove all your accounts and reset. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to reset settings. Why do I got to remove everything? Whatever. So what do you think about these epochs? Let me see something. I got to start doing more readings too. I got to do chapter 6. Excuse me. I was going to, well, not was, I did start to upload chapters on Odyssey. And, excuse me, that's where I was going to put most of my readings on Odyssey. But I screwed up chapter 1 by trying to name the file. When I changed the name of the file, I did something to it to where I couldn't upload it. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Brain fart.
I'm laughing because I used to be so good at approaching the internet and any problems, any computer stuff, right? Like, because I learned on a typewriter and you just got to tackle these things as they come at you. But we've discovered I can't figure out how to turn on my Telegram notifications. So I don't know if I'm much help in this stuff anymore. Marcel was saying he did the same thing with his. He got tons of Telegram. I got tons of messages from like a public page or whatever you'd want to call them once. But I used to get Telegram messages and I turned them off from someone who I got thousands from, right? And I thought I'd done it specifically. Marcel did the same thing, but he says he doesn't get Telegram notifications. He just has to look. But anyways, I went back in and turned all the settings on and I still don't get. So.
Hold on.
Oh, something just happened.
What?
I don't know. Did the screen just change for a sec? I'm not sure. Or was that just me?
I think it was you.
Oh, I think it was, yeah.
EPOCH says it's a period of time in history or a person's life, typically one marked by notable events or particular characteristics. The Victorian epoch. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Epoch. Not Tupac. Epoch. That's a new rapper's name. Epoch. My new rapper name's gonna be the White Boy Enoch.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Huh? You
I like
it,
it.
you said?
Yeah.
Let's see. It doesn't show much for epochs. I didn't even know resets were called epochs or not even different timelines, yeah, or epochs. Methuselah, wasn't that Enoch's grandpa? So what do people think about Revelations as far as it being a plan? And how many times do people think these resets or revelations have played out?
Methuselah had the longest life of anyone. Longest lifespan of the Bible.
Peace, Marcel. Right. If anyone wants to come up, the link's pinned.
And
I'm not gonna keep dropping it.
Enoch was Methuselah's father.
Marcel don't have a wrench. Let me find out they're messing with my wrench ethos. Unless that's Marcel's new channel because the picture's different. Is that even Marcel? We'll find out.
Enoch was Methuselah's father.
Let me find out. Somebody's bootlegging Marcel's channel. Yeah, this ain't Marcel. Marcel got more than 7 subscribers. Nah, it's gotta be Marcel.
No, I'm sure it is Marcel. He's got 2 devices. Although does that make a difference?
I don't know. It's got one video called "Close the Vex Centers." The vacant centers, I mean. Sorry, I read that wrong. The vacant centers. Flat Earth Head. Joshua de Lissel. Uh-oh. Oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. No problem, Marcel. Hold on. Let me wrench that backup channel up. Wrench. Throw a wrench in the trench. There you go, Marcel. Yeah, I gotta download the Avatar Part 2. I even think Avatar really tells the truth about this realm and how it was destroyed. Even these mountains look like they're leftovers of the big trees, and I think a lot of this place is destroyed. For the whole Avatar movie fires me up, pisses me off.
Did you ever hear about the incidents of suicide after the Avatar?
No.
Yeah, there was an article about it. It wasn't huge, but kind of like Mandela effect, maybe like with Mandela itself. There was an incident. There was enough of it to report on it that there were people that were so sad for what they they claimed to be that it was because they were sad that they weren't avatars, but actually what it is that just what you were saying, that there was this nostalgia brought up in people that watched Avatar that they couldn't come out of after, and there was a couple handfuls of people that self annihilated because they were so sad and nostalgic. Yeah.
Is that a new Avatar, Bex?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I gave Marsha, my GenCraft Marsha robot artist with no body. I gave her the word authenticity.
Cool.
That's all I gave her. Authenticity. I think actually that one might be the feeling of friendship. I have to check, but I think that one's authenticity. I also tried to get her to give me the feeling of friendship without any people in the picture. I was playing with the words the not part. Anyways, that one is authenticity.
I love the two intermingling with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the picture of you, Charles, is from the Anunnaki. Am I correct, or is it from something else?
This is from a painting of good old Julius Caesar. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, Satan. I mean,
fallen angels.
No, it's from the crucifixion of Christ in 1350, I think. They said that this one was supposed to be the moon, and the other one's a little reddish craft, which was supposed to be the sun. But I personally think they were just, back in those days, they were flying around in crafts. They had probably technology 10 times better than we do. Probably more cleaner, safer technology. And of course, you know, these sick puppies that are in so-called power, at least they think they are, always find ways to make things poisonous, you know, or make money off of it, or to control it. It's all about controlling it and killing you in the process, it seems.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I think they're a few thousand years ahead on tech. Yeah.
and like when people say ahead, I think we only say they're ahead because we don't understand that maybe the technology was lost in the Great War, and I said this earlier. That's why they have those Indiana Jones or Laura Croft, which is what was the video game? Laura Croft Tomb Raider. And I used to like that video game for PlayStation. Tomb Raider was one of my favorites. And they go and look for in the video games. They're looking for like gold and stuff, but I think they're looking for weapons and you know, if we have underground bases now and underground cities and shit, I think our ancestors were just as capable of doing that as we are now, if not more capable. And I think a lot of the stuff we have is reverse engineered from the ancestors or copied, more or
Oh,
less.
100%.
Huh? Hold on. You're kind of breaking up. I mean,
That's the best way
oh,
to
this is why.
progress, right? To hide thousands of years of tech. So you always have an advantage.
Yep. And then they give it to us in increments. Just like this 5G shit. I think it's always been one signal.
Hmm.
It's still the same signal. They just, and I think a lot of these towers they put up, oh, it'll make the internet faster, and it'll make, you know. I think a lot of these towers have nothing to do with the internet. I think they're weapons.
Yeah, they are. 100%.
I agree.
It's part of their uh, reset game here. Because when that whole Flemic happened, no, the scam demic thing, I seen a lot. Like I was outside still. I already said this before, but I remember getting the phone call from my roommate's worker and telling me, "Why am I outside?" She's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Walking to my friends." "Oh, you can't be outside." I'm like, "Says who?" Well, come make me go inside. But there was a lot of installments being done. I thought everyone had to be inside, but I see these, like the cameras they got out here, those are being installed while these people are supposed to be inside. They're putting cameras up in every corner. They're putting up a lot of towers. I'm like, what's going on here? We're under full surveillance now.
Yeah, but luckily a lot of people are breaking the towers down as fast as they try to put them up.
Yeah, unfortunately, not here. People are sold the illusion of they think it's for better internet and stuff. When I try to tell them that, I showed them the thing on the light bulbs. I think what was that guy from Britain? He said that they're putting like in the LED lights. It's like a weapon or something.
You know how you can, at least I read that on the internet. If you got a Molotov cocktail or something that will burn very long, you only have to throw that at the little cabinet within the fence of those towers, those cell towers, and it will burn all the wiring. So you will have a short electric. Yeah, short circuit, and it will destroy itself. It will basically burn everything up. It's, you don't have to climb in the towers. You don't have to cut them down. You just throw a Molotov cocktail at it, and it will be done. So yeah, I don't want to say go make Molotov cocktails, but the answers are everywhere. You know, you can. The solutions are everywhere as well. So if you're sick and tired of that stuff, it's an easy way to get rid of them, you know, without hurting people, just saving your children, basically. Yeah, that would be the best reset in my view. Get rid of all those towers. You still there? Becky's gone. She kicked herself out. Yeah, something like that, Michigander. COVID scam. It's basically the frequency that hurts us. The radiation. Yeah, and the jabs. It's a whole other story, right? Still a lot of people dying from that as well. Sadly, within my family too. Hi, Kimba, Dummy, Orphan, So. How are you? Alles goed, buurvrouw?
My bad. I was in the bathroom.
Bex kicked herself out.
I put this new video on my Peace, Solama. I put in Orphan Annie, Kimba, Peace. I put this new video in my community page. This guy speaks on these fries from the Mickey D's, and he says they're growing these special potatoes, and I forgot what he was saying, but the video's there. But he's explaining how they grow it. You should check it out because it blew my mind. And what he says about the growers and how they do it, and how what they use. You got to see it. I don't want to give it away, but it's crazy how we're, just like that creed that I read. As a matter of fact, I got to read it today. I'm gonna read it every day. That creed, it said right in the creed what they're doing, and it's just blatant, man. They do it right in our fucking face.
You got a link?
Yeah, hold on. I'll send it.
Good day, Ken.
Base plan.
Hey,
Everything all right?
eh. Still here. The yeller walked by today. There's a guy who walks by on the street yelling at something. I want to listen to him because some of what he's saying is probably making sense. he's just
We have a
walking down.
runner.
Hey?
I have a runner here, not a yeller, but someone who runs everywhere all the time. I don't know where she's going, but she's not a jogger. You know, but she literally runs all day, every day, anyways. But yes, the yeller, go on.
Yeah, I will. I'll go and sit in the front yard, and I'll just start talking loud. I'll say, "I want my shopping cart guy," and then that evening, the shopping cart guy shows up. You know, the crazy guys that push a shopping cart with all the crap in it. I'm telling you, it's true.
You have to go to the community page in my thing.
Telegram?
Yeah, I don't know why it won't let me send it to you. It only lets me like repost it or something. When I go to share, it only comes up to like me reposting it. It don't have a link or nothing to any of my community page pictures. None of that. It's crazy. What if I want to send it somewhere else? I can't. Oh well.
Is that Christopher Hauser? You mean that one you sent me?
Oh no. You have to go to my YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yeah, the community page. And I posted a lot of new pictures too, but the main is it's the first thing on there. I posted it this morning, and then I posted in my shorts. I did a new short today. Actually, one of my favorite lyricists or poets, his name is Poetic, that passed away of cancer back in '99. I put some of his poetry on my short videos because he's one of my favorite poets. If not, he was part of the Grave Diggers. Peace, Christos. What you getting into today, Faceplant?
A city works truck just went flying by in the back lane. Fucking stupid. There's a daycare right across the back lane from me. And these useless pricks that work for the city, they just drive around.
Useless pricks.
I wonder if the word prick and the stories of, like, I don't know, whoever it was, Rumpelstiltskin, the girl pricked her finger or something, but Sleeping Beauty, I don't know who it was, but I wonder if that's prick. If prick comes from the assholes giving us needles, right? Secretly in lore. Fucking prick. Anyways, pricks do give fucking needles. Anyway, I digress.
I know that one that you posted, Charles, about McDonald's, right? That those potatoes that they use are basically are full of chemicals and all that. Basically, not even a potato anymore.
Before this thing happened in 2020, I think it was about a year or 2 years before it happened. I I had this vivid dream that I went out to visit with my family, like my sisters and brother-in-law and mom and stepdad, and they were trying to jab me with a needle. They were all chasing me around, and I was trying to get away, and they were trying to jab me with a needle.
You escaped though?
Yeah. And then when it just started, I had a dream that they came to my door and they kicked in my door, and this little woman, I guess it is. I guess it was like one of those little sexless, hipless women, so-called, jabbed me with a needle. And it's like I tried to knock it away, but it kind of got in there, and it got half in there, and like I punched her. And this was in the dream. And then a whole bunch of creeps like just entered my house, and like a bunch of wives, and they were just in my house all partying, and I couldn't get rid of them. I was yelling at them to get out, and I couldn't get rid of them after that happened. It's like they took over my house.
Wow.
Man, I woke up sweating.
Your dreams can be something else, you know? Some dreams totally don't make sense until you realize they do make sense.
But I was talking about when I go sit in the yard and I say, "Where's my shopping cart guy?" And then, you know, within a day or half a day, show up. Or
you called, sir?
or like people, some of these people that walk dogs around, I'm sure they're agents. Like the same people walking a different dog, or different people walking the same dog, you know? They're agents, spies.
True.
And so then I don't see them for a while, and then I'll go out and I'll say, "Where's the dog fuckers?" And then in a couple hours they show up.
It's just like a movie.
And I would have like weird people seem like they're following me around in the store, like and like sneaking up behind me and like reaching ahead of me and grabbing the fruit or whatever. It's like, fuck off.
When was your awakening, like, faceplant? Like, when did you figure out, like, or think something isn't right? There's more to life than the system.
Well, about the just about the thing about the shape of the realm, that only happened about 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago.
Have you always questioned the globe and all that crap? Have you always knew something wasn't, like, always felt something wasn't adding up?
I never always questioned the globe. I never really thought about it. But I was watching some YouTube, and there was some flat Earth stuff coming up, and at first I just rejected it, and then I fell asleep. Some kind of flat Earth proof video on it. I fell asleep listening to that, talking in, and then I started to do more thinking, and I realized, yeah, and I literally broke down. I cried. It was beautiful realizing that the world is not what they say it is, and that it's much more beautiful than you know.
I almost always had dreams where I was chased, like a fox, no? And I didn't know what it was. Only I thought it was bad, and that was a returning dream of mine. And at one point, I gathered the confidence to turn around in that dream and to face the enemy, basically. And when I turned around, I just saw my sister. She was smiling at me. So all that fear was based on nothing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It was really, after that, I never had a dream again.
Some stuff happened to me when I was really small, and I didn't, like, I was in shock. I blocked it out. I blocked it out for 50 years. And I find myself praying, wondering what was wrong with me. Like all through my life, I was wondering, like, why do I feel that way about this? And I'm thinking there's something wrong with me. And when I was in my 50s, how do I explain it? I would, what you'd call praying. I'm just praying to understand, like, and you know, and your subconscious.
Yeah, praying for answers, you mean? Praying for answers.
To get what, yeah. And it's like I'm getting instant downloads.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna understand, but you're not gonna like it, sort of thing. And
mm-hmm.
But I didn't like it. But at the same time, I was glad that I realized it. And I had a breakdown then too, because I remembered some of the things that happened to me. And when I remembered that, it kind of explained to myself my behavior throughout my life was based on that trauma.
Yeah.
Like
I had sort of like I had sort of the same thing you're describing. It was like every time I was asking for answers, the issues basically I didn't understand or forgot. I put away in a box in my head somewhere. It was basically like an onion. When I solved something, you basically had another layer, which I forgot. What was also traumatic, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you're being confronted with painful stuff, but I can say it's the only way to get out of that. You know, it's to understand what it is, and you're now you know, full grown, let's say, and you can handle it now. You know, you can basically say, okay, thank you for solving
at the same
it.
time,
now you can move on.
It's at the same time, it's sad because I'm older now and I can't undo my behavior of all those years, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, that's something you cannot change. Well, I also have stuff from my past which I think of now. Yeah, maybe I should have done that differently. But you cannot change the past. You can only look to yeah.
But
So
that behavior,
there's only now. You can only act on it now. there's nothing
Yeah,
else.
that behavior was a result of the trauma. It was just like
Mhm.
a pattern that I just kept going over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, you are not the only one. Let's call it that. You know, I don't have to. Don't have to know what you mean about it, but I do understand what you mean of giving it a place and moving on and let the past be the past and heal your wounds and yeah and do better now. You know, yeah, that's the way I solved it. You know, learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. I went through depression. It was just not overwhelming, a little bit, but it was more or less like I knew it. Um, you get called a conspiracy theorist, you lose friends,
Hmm.
and most people don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah. When I came realized stuff, man, I must have been annoying at work because because I was trying to explain shit to people and arguing with them and debating with them. And
Well, what I can say, it was not always my fault that certain things happened or came on my path. Sometimes it was just that people didn't understand me or didn't want to be around me because I didn't before I exactly knew how somebody if somebody did not explain something to me in a job, for instance, or at work, yeah, then I cannot do my job right. But most people just thought, oh, he has to figure it out himself, you know.
yeah, so
But
like
yeah, when you're
and
new at a job, somebody needs to explain to you what are your
and
tasks
then
there, you know.
and then at work or with friends or whatever, when they know what you think about these things, then you lose credibility on other things, right? Like they think you're crazy and wrong about that. Well, you must be crazy and wrong about everything. So now everything you say is BS, right?
You know how I feel about it. I think that you uh, did nothing wrong, basically, because you basically uh, put yourself put yourself in a vulnerable position by giving showing how you feel and how you act and just wanting answers. And I think most people did take advantage from that, and it's you're not the only one on that part, you know. I've experienced that myself as well. But sometimes the good people get hurt the most, you know. And I think there are a lot of cold and hard people in this world, and they see openness and kindness a weakness. That's how I always felt when I was put myself open and in a vulnerable position. Some people just made fun of that and abused that, you know, and yeah, that really hurt in the past when I was younger, and now I know that not everybody is like me, you know, and yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are just bastards, man. I think it's a sign of strength that you say what you think and how you feel and all that. It's not a weakness. Absolutely not.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
like on in the job site situation, like it would be a construction site, and some companies like they need a guy some guy to pick on and shit on, you know, like the helper, the guy who mixes the mortar, you know, like the whole rest of the crew is putting this guy down constantly, and I'd speak out against that, and I say, I just tell him to stop it, and I say, you know,
Yeah.
let the guy do his job and stop picking on him, sort of thing, and then so then I take some of the heat too. The people don't
Yeah.
like to be called out on that, like what do you call it? Everybody wants to get a boot in. It's like some sadistic thing. It's like a bunch of chickens. If one chicken has a sore on it, open sore, the rest of the chickens start pecking at it.
Yeah, it's sick. And yeah, those people are the problem, you know. They just and sometimes those rooster kind of guys are almost always very insecure and can only act in groups. You know, they find how do you say that? They only feel safe in a group, basically, like barking dogs, you know. And I know now you must be. Those guys are not. Uh, they don't scare me, basically. When I'm afraid is when a lone wolf who says almost nothing, but you say the wrong things. Those are the dangerous ones because they won't talk or say something back. They will act in another way, basically. And with those guys, I always had fine contact because they understood what, well, the same things you are describing. You know, he didn't like it the way those people were as well. There are a lot of assholes in this realm.
Yeah, and like I working on different job sites. It's like every job site there'd be somebody coming at me. Like it could be someone I didn't even know, but they just come and hone in on me for some reason. And it's like they're literally trying to kill me. I don't know if they realize that they're doing it subconsciously or they're controlled by a demon or what. But I would get the sense. I'd go onto a job site and I'd say, okay, this is the guy. You know,
You know what I think? I think they see something in you that they are jealous of. You know, they
A
are
dream?
they see the light in you and that's lacking in their life. You know, honesty,
You said it.
kindness, and all that.
but
You're saying a dream?
But they're part of a program too.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. We're all indoctrinated into this program since we're children to, if somebody's thinking outside of the box, well, then the group's gonna start picking up. And it's like that since we're little kids.
Yeah. What did you say, Charles?
Hold on.
Yeah, I got picked up on school as well. You know, my sister got bullied very, very badly, and I got her back. I tried to protect her, but because I tried to protect her, I was bullied as well. You know.
And then in the family too, I had two older sisters, and I was the youngest child. And my dad did shift work, so he was a lot of times he wasn't around. He was doing night shifts, right? So and whatever it was, whatever issue it was, I was always wrong, and nobody was ever on my side. And like I spent a lot of time all alone since I was small, and that carried through to adulthood. Like I didn't want to go down to the theater every Friday like everybody else did. I didn't, you know.
Oh, I had the same thing, man.
I like being alone, like playing alone. I had a lot of friends, but there'd be times when none of them are around. So you have to be very creative in your imagination.
Yeah, if I look back on it, when I was still at before high school, the last lower school class, I had a few girls in my class, which were very pretty, and you play with boys and girls from your class, right, when you're a child. But they came to my door sometimes, and my mom or my dad said, "Hey, those girls are here. They want to go outside and play and all that." And I wasn't even thinking about that. I was playing with my Legos or with toy soldiers or whatever. I would say, "No, I'm perfectly fine here. I'm playing with Legos," you know, because yeah. Now I think, damn, but yeah, it wasn't even on my mind, you know. And that's not strange. We are just like different, you know. Yeah, it's not strange or something. I think children or young adults are being confronted with sexuality and all that stuff way too early.
Yep.
In my opinion, way too early.
Yeah, some of my my friends' favorite kids, okay? Some of the kids I know, they're children, in fact, young adults that I know, that I feel have a really solid footing, are ones that ignored the program. You know, I've got a friend's daughter who's 21, maybe, her and her friends. I'd be surprised if they're so close, this group, that dating just wasn't an issue. They all hang out together, and, you know, they've started to date. But like, so I was asking my friend, I haven't talked to her much, but I think her daughter's like just got her first boyfriend now, you know, like, but it's really healthy. Like, they didn't do any of the, you know, they didn't drink the Kool-Aid, this group, you know, and there's a lot of them out there. Yeah. It's hard to see past the sea of orange and you know, flamingoed hair or whatever.
So, what do you think about these EPOCH faceplant and these resets?
Well, I'm still trying to sort out what physically happened on the land. You know, and when did it happen and stuff. But what really bugged me is one of the things that really bugs me is this old world stuff that's everywhere. Like there's the old machines and gadgets from the old world, and how they made the steel, and we don't have the recipe to make that steel anymore.
Or brick.
So something happened, and yeah, in the 1800s, that's when they started faking everything, faking history.
Yep. Because I think whatever altered this realm was a war that could have been between us and the giants. Most of them buildings were built for taller people, and their technology of whatever they had. I got paintings from the 1700s that show them playing with what are them things called in Star Wars? lightsabers. Yeah, I had posted that picture a while ago. I got it from
Oh yeah,
the
the electric
Divergent.
sword. The electric
Yeah.
sword. Like,
Yeah.
swords were like a gadget. Like they had a trigger and a handle and
Yeah. So
or something.
yeah, he posted the picture, and I was like, "Damn, I could screenshot it." But I was like, "Nah, I want to find the real picture," and I found it.
I'm not sure if it was a weapon or what it was used for, but and then there's the thing of the cannons. The cannons weren't really cannons; they were something else, and
Personally, I think that those weapons that they still have those weapons, but they keep them secret for us.
Oh yeah.
They just don't want to share it with us like everything else. They keep everything for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, they show you swords and even a pistol. Now, if you look when guns were made, and then you look at this giant gun that a giant or titan was holding, I just don't think giants. It wasn't too far back, especially this war that happened. I don't think that's even old. I think it happened in like the 1700s, maybe late 1600s, but
some of the old buildings I've seen old photographs. It looks like the building was built for 3 sizes of people. So it's like all 3 sizes of people were living together and in harmony.
Yeah, right.
Like
cool.
The lower floor would be for the giants, and the next couple floors would be for normal sized people, and then the top floor is for small people. And you can tell by the size of the stories that that must have been the case. But I also had a kind of a vision that everybody has a giant that's part of themselves, and that my giant, they had to leave. Like they had to leave this realm when the atmosphere changed, and it's like he was just kind of fading back, and
That's a logical explanation for sure.
Just looking at me with a slightly concerned look, but you know, just like telling me with his eyes that it was going to be okay. This has to happen.
Yeah, because when they cut down all those big giant trees, the oxygen level will drop immense. You know.
Somebody made a point. I think it was what's his name, Dread from The Real Question Everything. He said about trees producing oxygen. Now he made a very good point. Because people were saying trees need light to grow, and he disagreed and said, well, how about trees that grow in caves? There's no sunlight going in there. And I said, oh, okay, true. And then he said, trees, something about the oxygen. Now, I don't know if trees produce oxygen. Don't they filter out and give us carbon or something?
No, trees take carbon dioxide and produce oxygen.
Oh.
As an aside, I don't know if it's up on his page, but Dojo 5D, he was talking recently about questioning that science, right? Like, you know, we question other sciences, so why not question the concept of the air we breathe and the water we swim in, and is this hydrogen, oxygen thing even true, right? But now we're questioning the sunlight thing. And then I was just thinking about how Blue was talking yesterday. I don't know if you were there, if it was while you were there, Charles, but we were talking about what you read in the Manly P. Hall book about 3 days in a dark room. You know, 3 days with no sunlight would make you a medium. as opposed to a lifetime of studying makes you clairvoyant, and they're not the same. And he was talking about the human photosynthesis. Like he was saying it would make sense. So that you would, that you wouldn't photosynthesize, and then when you came out to the light, that's probably when that download happens, because your body's been in like low stage photosynthesis or something like that. Like, obviously we do photosynthesis too, right? Like we get stuff from the sun, So I just thought that was interesting, because anyways, go back. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack, but because you guys were on a thing about these trees and what would happen with the oxygen and the point of them being in the darkness and stuff like that. So
yeah, that was on point, Dex. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say now.
I'm sorry, Ken. It'll come back.
No, it was about what you were talking about.
You said something about the trees turning carbon dioxide into oxygen, right?
That was me, but
okay, sorry.
But yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe that mint froze my brain.
Poison. It's poison.
I don't
That's
know
gonna bug me now.
We saw Burn Eyes episode this morning. There was he showed something from a dude. I think it was lone wandering wolf or something. He was on inspection in a certain area in the USA somewhere, and he basically found ruins of a big settlement / city, and was
I wouldn't have told nobody about it.
Very impressive.
I was gonna say, one thing that bothers me is when it must have been sometime in the 1800s when they destroyed all the musical instruments. The instruments we have today are just kind of cheap imitations, a bumped down version of the instruments that we had before, and the music is being bastardized.
Yeah, and they changed the notes, right?
Just like us. We're a lesser version of the gods. I mean, not the gods. Let me put that in better terms. Yeah, they're gods too, but I don't know. Some people disagree with me when I say we're lesser versions, not virgins, of the giants.
Like that, my clarinet. It's 100 years old, and it's more sophisticated than the later ones. And would be a bumped down version of what they had before.
Look at the cello.
This instrument is way more capable than it can do more than a newer clarinet, because it's got those holes in the keys. It's like your finger is actually the thing blocking the hole, and you have more adjustment, more versatility, more in that instrument. Oh, here's these clowns. These clowns always come back come by.
A cello looked like a giant version of the freaking violin. Is it the cello? Yeah, that's the cello. Is the one they hold, and it goes boom boom. And they pluck the strings. Or is that a bass? No, it is a cello. No.
Yeah, those giant. It looks like a bass fiddle, and they're like 15 feet high or something. And if you played the lowest note on it, it's not even audible to you, the human ear, but it probably
They
would have
are
been
very. Sorry.
audible to a giant.
They are very similar. A stand-up bass and a cello, but they're not the same. The stand-up bass is lower key, but also played with the fingers, and the cellos isn't the cello played with a like a violin?
Oh yeah. There's different size cellos too. I was gonna buy one at this music store, and then I went by, like I went to that music store a few times, and I saw these cellos there. One was like pretty old cello, and it was $100. And I said, okay, I'm gonna buy that cello. I went over there, and the music store was shut down. It was empty, and it was.
Oh yeah.
I bought I have a bandura. That's a 56-string Ukrainian instrument, and it's got a neck on it, and the neck has 12 bass strings in the chromatic scale, 12 notes on it, and then it looks. I was saying that I was experimenting with it. I was playing it with have a glass slide, a slide you put on your finger to play slide guitar. But I was playing with a pick, and I was playing that some of the higher strings on that bandura, and something appeared to me. The sound made a hologram. I've never seen anything like that. The sound actually made a hologram in the air, right above about 8 inches above the strings, right in front of my face.
Wow.
It looked like an energy field, like a vortex or something. It was like clear and sound like
Healing frequencies.
It made a real harmonic, weird sound, like a therapy.
Well, that's maybe why they changed the healing frequencies. You know, they went from what was it? 3 to 3.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that thing about the 432 to 440 hertz. But apparently in the 30s or 40s, they changed.
Yeah, they changed it on purpose, and maybe that's the reason why, because we lost contact with other realms that way. Could be the case. But like you describing, it's an old instrument, probably uncontaminated, still functioning the way it should function.
Those banduras, they were produced in the Ukraine during the Soviet Union time, so they would have been a down version of something before as well. But they're more
Tataria, basically, right?
Yeah, Mark, I showed David Robinson, Dikembe Mutombo, and what's his name there? LeBron James rookies. But you missed it. And much more. Anyway, back to the topic. The topico.
You know, I was wondering what the difference, a period of time in history or a person's life, typically one marked by notable events or particular characteristics. That's the epoch, right? But then we've got era. I wonder what the difference is between an epoch and an era. Because there's got to be a reason we have different words, and it's not always just because.
And there's eon too.
Eon, yes. Now eon, then yeah, there. So I think it has more to do with the Ra, the On, and the Poc, you know, to tell us something to do with that, you know, like I'd never really thought about the word epoch. I hear era, eon, like you said, faceplant, and epoch. So I like, Charles, that I don't know if it was you that came up, you know, I like how you akined it to a reset, or, you know, that's what they call those. And I'd never even really thought about it because I've only heard of era.
But
here,
for this, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, you guys just led me to a word that helps my fucking model in my head play out. Okay, geology.
Well, I thought something happened. I'm like, what?
No, listen to this. Okay, so that was the one definition I read. I don't usually go straight to Oxford for this on the Google, but listen to this. So I read the first one, a period of time in history of people's life, notable events, the beginning of a distinctive period in the history of someone or something, right? So like, yeah, welfare reform was an epoch in the history of U.S. social policy. But listen to this. I was just talking about geolocation yesterday, right? Geology, a division of time that in a subdivision of a period and is itself subdivided. Okay, a division of time that is a subdivision of a period and is in itself subdivided into ages, corresponding to a series in chronostratigraphy. Okay, so the Pliocene era. So what they're saying with us there is like they looked at the rocks, right? They're telling us that they looked at the rocks and they can tell us by the rocks that this was the whatever Jurassic era, the, you know, blah, Pliocene, blah, whatever. But bear with me that this chronostratigraphy word actually corresponds to the fact that time and place on an infinite plane, time is place. Time is place on an infinite plane. It's the only reason you have it is to be able to say, where do we go, right? Where do you want to go? You want to meet me on Wednesday at the pyramids? Okay, I'll meet you next Wednesday on the pyramids. When do you want to meet at the pyramids? Oh, 1492. Because in order for a vast plane to be so big, it replicates. And again, now I'll just sound crazy, but the chronostratigraphy, chronostratigraphy has to do with the original matrix in which we live. And I don't mean to make it sound computer, but it is kind of, but you know, chronostratigraphy. So
you bring you bring the head sides coffee, right, to the pyramids. I'll bring the cake.
Exactly. Well, I'll show you guys.
To me that
Europeans don't drink coffees this size most of the time.
Chronostratigraphy, that would, to me, it sounds like chronos is time.
Yeah.
And strata is layers. So they're going down into layers and saying that's how time is.
I get it. But but another way you could look at it is if we were on a flat plane that went in you know, that went out very far in multiple directions, strata would be the it doesn't have to be perfectly flat either, would be the lines of latitude and longitude. Right? The strata would be one of those two lines. And in my definition, time would be, if you're looking down at the Mercator map and it goes in both directions that way, the strip goes in both directions that way, like just ignoring the top and the bottom for now, the strip goes in both directions that way. Chronos is the up and down lines, strata is the straight across lines, and those give you the graphic point on the plane of where you're going.
So cool.
So
still there?
I am. So what's an era?
Yeah, with the evolutionist, where you open up the atlas and they show the prehistory times. It's like one flows into the other. It's so vague. It's like they're obviously just making it up, right? They're making something up and letting you decide whether it's fact. And then from that point forward, oh, that was from the whatever era. That was from the whatever era. And it's all nonsense.
It says here, era is a snake, term that refers to a period of time with a particular character or future.
Can I interrupt for just 1 second before we go down the snake direction? I just wanted to tie in that the geological definition of an era is a major division of time that is subdivision of an eon and is in itself subdivided into periods, but it doesn't mention stratigraphy, right? So the Mesozoic era, I guess that, yeah. Anyways, so I know that epoch, eon, and era are about the lines of latitude, and epoch is about the lines of epoch and era are about the lines of longitude. Epoch is about the lines of latitude. Era and eon are about the lines of longitude.
Division of time.
So now, what my original thought to Chuck's question was, and I'm thinking about the landscape around where I live. It's very, and there's lots of water, lots of lakes. And like if I'm up on a high building in town and around the city, like there's trees everywhere in the city here, and they're all different trees, but they only grow to a certain height and stop, and that's just in this particular area, and it's something to do with the atmosphere. And now when I'm thinking back to the 1800s, when they were digging stuff out of the mud. So and none there's hardly any trees more than 200 years old here. So before there were these types of trees that are here now, there was the mud flood happened. Some kind of mud flood happened, which is obvious. And after that happened, whenever that mud flood happened in this area, before that there was the old buildings, the old world buildings were here, and at that time the climate was different because like in Chicago, there's photographed buildings with mud flood and palm trees growing up right beside the building. Like the palm tree grew up there after the mud flood, and the climate was different.
Yeah.
I'm making sense, but the climate was different before it got mud flooded.
Yeah, but it also could be that when they chop down those giant trees, the whole atmosphere collapsed basically because all the oxygen went away. Those trees produce the oxygen, because when you cut down so many trees, the oxygen level will drop immensely.
What if epoch, since we know the eon and the era are the divisions of time that I can see clearly, but this epoch, what if an epoch is like so let's assume we had the three types of people living here on the planet, and we're looking down on a Mercator map. It's just simple, right? Doesn't matter. We can look down on one of the better, but a flat map, right? So from east to west, we've got our eras. From over time, we would see our eras and our and our eons in our daily fashion there. But if there was a world that had giants, average sized people or whatever, and little people, that's three main sizes of people, maybe the epoch is actually that delineation, right? Almost like the realms. We're all in the same place, right? But these if they were looking down and doing genetic studies of us, right, would an epoch be like the iteration, that kind of separation? Sorry, so like the giant epoch, the pygmy epoch, we're in obviously what looks like the average size epoch, or whatever, the 6 foot tall size epoch, 5 foot tall size epoch,
Yeah, that could be. It's a possibility.
And that's what you were saying, right, Charles? Like that. Have you seen this word epoch associated with resets, or did you? Yeah, you've seen it.
Yeah, with I forgot the guy's name. He was a darker guy. I think what people would call black, but he was from the UK, I think. He had a YouTube channel. I don't know if he still does, but he talks about like the epochs, the Peacer drop and Phil. The lands would come from above and fall down. Every epoch or something. He was explaining that's how the white people got here. They fell. Damn, I wish I knew his name. I bet you when I find his name out, most of the people here heard of him. I know Sir Drop watched him before. But yeah, that's how I heard of it. It was mixed in with the resets. And it's not like he was like explaining it's not like this reset where it's a natural occurrence that happens. Sort of like what Jay Dreamers talks about.
Yeah.
With the what is that called? The plasma, the liquid state of light.
Well, yeah, and it might have something to do with the some of this astrology as well. This age of Aquarius, age of Pisces, age of that. Those might be major epochs. They might correlate to Jay Dreamer's plasma events.
My bad, Drop, for missing your battle, but I am in the process of watching it. And I sub to that channel, but I don't know how many times you're gonna go over there to battle. But I'm gonna share Drop's battle today. I've seen this thing he asked, who do you think's gonna win? And I put Sir Drop, but
sure, you lost one battle, but you will win the war, man.
Yeah, Sir Drop's a lyricist. He's got skills like, and I'm not just saying that because, I know Sir Drop from YouTube, and I'm saying it because when it comes to writing poetry or rhyming, whatever people want to label it, I'm very picky. People have to be a straight lyricist for me to enjoy with their creativity or music. And Sir Drop, that's why I played his song in the beginning of this live stream. He's very lyrical, and he says some stuff that it's like, damn, where did you think that up?
Yeah, he's original. That's what I like. Yeah, he has his own stuff. He isn't copying anything.
He definitely deserves his flowers now. Ooh, Phil said you choked, bro. Backyard, bro. Backyard, bro. Beat your ass. I can't do it like Drop, bro. You
Yeah,
want to? That's a battle we got to see. Is Phil versus Drop?
yeah, we already knew when maybe we're biased, but I think when the awake battle the woke, right? There's no real battle. Back to EPOCH for just one sec. I was thinking, I wonder if that's where epic comes from. That's fucking epic, man. You know, it's epic.
Probably.
Epic fail.
Yeah, and then thinking about the other kinds of maps we've looked at. Okay, let's look at the ones Asgard, Midgard, like not looking from the bird's eye view, but from we'll call it the snow globe view, right? The side snow globe view. Then you've got you could have, and then like you were just saying, the people falling from the one. If you've got your then to me that at the very same point in time, because those realms can't interact with each other, we'd be going through the Victorian era, right here, let's say 1800s or whatever. And what was happening in, let's call this Midgard. I don't know these. If I get the names wrong, sorry, but we got Midgard, we got whatever the other one is, we got Asgard, right? So Asgard is also going through the Victorian era, you know, like not necessarily the same as us, but the epoch is the same, right? Like, or sorry, they're, you know, we'd be in the Earth, you know, Midgard epoch, right? But I guess that doesn't make sense because then that's the name of the realm. Anyways, yeah. So the epoch is the major change. In that analogy, it'd be when people came from Asgard down to Midgard, a new epoch begins. Perhaps. I'm just trying to figure out how I just really think epic and epoch are associated. And then you've got your Enoch, right? So what does the suffix "och" mean, and where does it come from? Any intuition from you, Marcel? Because I know you have sounds in your language, and I have a feeling like epoch, Enoch, you know? Any words you know ending in "och"?
In Dutch, you mean?
Yeah, in Dutch or
Hawk.
"och."
Not really.
Sound. It could be an AUK. Could be an AUK.
Epoch. Enoch.
Could be an.
Yeah, the word epic.
We have 8 great grandparents, right?
Yep.
My great grandfather was a Dutch Mennonite. When he was a little tyke, they were being persecuted, and they're like in a wagon train going across Turkey, and a wagon ran over him and broke his ribs, and some gypsy lady with powerful fingers straightened out his ribs and saved his life.
Nice.
He used to operate those steam tractors. Like I still have striped engineer's hat. You know, those big steel wheel steam tractors on the farm.
You should come up, Drop, and talk about your battle. What happened? The faceplant faded away.
Yeah, I saw Sir Drop had a live yesterday while we were doing our Monday Mayhem Marathon. And his live was talking about that. And
I did. What I said yesterday.
Yeah. And I listened to parts of it, probably 20, 25 minutes of it last night. before I went to bed. Skipped around on it. It was good. I like it.
He's asking, what does 07 mean, Marcel?
Salute. Salute.
Oh, salutes.
Yeah.
How does that? Why does it mean salute?
Like this.
Well,
Like this, Ken. Can you see your camera?
Yeah, same angle as the 7.
Yeah. But actually, I made up a joke a while ago, and you know that when you meet new people online, and you're like, "Oh, check my eyeball. Am I a lizard?" Right? And then hand signs, because they got their hidden hand, so we have our exposed hand, right? It could also represent the exposed hand, right?
A 7's a 90-degree angle, I think. You could be wrong.
45,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, yeah, that's the Masonic compass anyways. 45 or 42 degrees.
An L7 is a square.
Yeah, because the L is a 7. If you flip a 7 upside down, you get an L. If you take the 3, flip the other 3, and put them together, you get an 8. That's called sacred geometry.
Mm-hmm. But the L is a 90-degree angle. The 7 is either a 45. Good question, though, because I just assume it's a 45.
yeah, I think 45.
On the calculator, it's a
You're right.
square angle.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Sir Drop.
Sure.
What's that? What's happening?
Of course we do.
All right, I was coming in on a stream yard. So what do the 07 mean? I thought Phil said it means salute. What do it mean?
L7 is square. If you
Yeah.
call someone an
07
L,
is square.
you're calling them a square.
No, it's not. 07 is this. Can you see your it's
Like
a salute.
Salute.
Salute, like the army does, or like people might have done before the army, just to say hello, top of the day to you. Yeah.
So 0 would be the face and the 7 would be the salute. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, but as far as the battle, I choked. So then I lost so much momentum. I had to just gain it back. I had to gain it back on my next run. Basically, Philly OG broke it down perfect. He said, once you lost all the momentum in the first round, it took your other 2 rounds just to even get it back, get some of it back. You know what I'm saying? Which makes a lot of sense because, you know, people have high expectations for me. So my choke is a little different than somebody else choke. A motherfucker's like, no, bro, you don't. So basically, if somebody would have bet $500 on me, I think they would have had to pay that money up, truthfully. Me personally, if I was betting against me and they choked the first round, I'm betting somebody. And then the person I'm betting against, they rapper choke in the first round, I kind of want my money in the first round. I don't even want to hear the other 2 rounds. I could care less about the other 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you ever saw that
What do you mean?
like I forgot, my whole brain froze up. It's like all the look. I'm sitting on my balcony, right? A whole bunch of crickets came out, a whole bunch of birds, and a flow of kids. So now I'm like, damn. So it's already throwing me off. And then my brain just locked up like after 8 sentences. Then I kind of got it back and it locked up again. I ain't have no understanding of that. So on my live, I was saying it. Nah, I was sober. That's probably what the problem was. But no, it was the universe. No, it was the universe. It's like, you know, it works in mysterious ways. Like, you know what I'm saying? So the things I was conjuring to rap against him with, they was like, no, we ain't gonna fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Then after we was done rapping, all these negative energies come in me. Now everybody bitches. I just get to flipping on everybody. And the only reason why I did that is because I had to protect myself. Like my energy gotta protect itself. And it was so many different energies coming at little old me. I'm like, fuck it, I'm about to fight all y'all bitch niggas. Y'all wanna come up here and troll? Alright, cool. So you know that's how that went. They called it being a sore loser. I call it being y'all on my nuts. You know what I'm saying? I know put it like this, if I ain't choked, I would have won the battle clear. Because the other rounds would have even hit harder. But go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I agree with absolutely everything you said there. I wanted to add for people who haven't seen it, it was supposed to be done on camera so people knew they weren't reading from a piece of paper. And so Drop went first and hadn't turned the camera so he couldn't see himself. So he's holding it so that people could see he wasn't reading off paper, but then he's looking at himself while he's trying to do it, trying to like perform, right? Like under the spotlight, let's say, but also remember his words. And I feel like that was part of what threw you off right off the bat. Then by the second round, there was the mic problem. So the first round, AP didn't turn his camera on right after, right? Which he should have at least done the first round with his camera on, you know? And then by the second round, when Drop started, AP's mic was, or mute button was failing, quote unquote. So
Drop psyched himself out when he was looking at himself.
Yeah,
No,
and then
my brain locked up, but like they just said, the dude just kept talking through my rounds. And I look at it, man, look at it like this. The reason why he didn't cam up because he was reading his rap off his phone and he ain't want the people to see he wasn't prepared. I saw the trick, so I called it out like, yeah, I just got hoodwinked. I thought we had to cam up. Anyway, but I didn't want to mess the battle up, so I didn't make him cam up because I knew he didn't remember his shit. But mind you, I just choked. So I'm knowing he would have choked too. But then on the second round, he kept saying stuff while I'm rapping, right? To the point in the middle of my raps, I'm stopping and saying, bro, shut the fuck up. I say it like 3 times in the middle of my raps. And then my homie come on, King of herself, and he like, hey, just start it over. Start it over? Man, he disqualified. What do you mean start my rap over? So then in the third, StreamYard kicked me out and they left me backstage for like 3-4 minutes like I was running or something. So when they let me back up, I'm like, bro, why you have me backstage like that, bro? What the fuck wrong with you? You got these motherfuckers thinking I left because his rap was so good. No, get out of here. So then, yeah, I was fighting the whole thing. I was fighting the hostess. I was fighting the chat. I was fighting the recap. I was fighting all that shit. But like Mind's Eye said, that's why you won. Can't nobody do that. Can't nobody stand in front of all that hate. Shit.
Well, who won? They said you won or they said he won?
This whole chat said he won. A couple people said I won. I say I lost because I choked, but if we going round for round, I think I won the last 2 rounds clear as day. But you know.
Well,
but I also go ahead.
I just wanted to add one homage to you, Drop, because I've done stand-up comedy and I was very lucky. I mean, I'm a funny oral storyteller. I'm not a joke writer, and there's a real shaving the words out of your story. You guys would think I might have learned something there, but shaving words out of your story so that you get to the punchline. And I know when first time I bombed, okay, like I just wanted to walk off stage like 5-10 words in, right? Like you just wanna end it, but you're performing. This is a show, right? So you have to keep going. So I couldn't imagine if I had to walk off stage and come right back after the next comedian and do it again when already my first set I'd already, lost them. Not to mention playing on the home team or you went and battled on his territory,
Yes.
So I have a
from their side.
Yeah.
To me,
I have a feeling that, I'm just going to say one more thing. I promise I'll meet Mike up. I have a feeling that the buzzwords that he put into his rap, which was kind of more like stream of consciousness poetry at some points, just to use the buzzwords, which was somewhat crafty, right? But it's a totally different style than you're hyping up your friends with your buzzwords, which was a beautiful spoken word, kind of rap thing, right? But it ultimately wasn't related to the rap kind of battle, in my opinion. He wanted to get as many of those words in as he could to get his audience happy, and it was very crafty.
Yeah, he it was very intelligent, but like I was telling my homie,
Mic check, drop.
yes, someone's gone.
I'm here.
Mic check,
It's the
mic check, drop.
unspoken word you not heard. Drop faded away.
Yeah, I heard, you big
it
fucking
ain't like
turd.
you said. Yeah, it ain't like he was saying stuff like I said, you piece of shit. You was probably born out the asshole. To me, that would be offensive to me. Like damn. He said I'm born out the asshole. To them, it's not a punch, so it don't count. So they like, yeah, get up to your punches faster. I'm not punching. Punches just come with what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It's more like a build up, and then I throw a punch in there. But the main thing is like, damn, he said he flew through the rings. He chopped his head off with a guillotine. Then he held him up by his dreads and asked all the aboriginals, this is your king? Damn, he said if he was well aware, if he was in Akron, it would have been different than Delaware. He talking about when they robbed him for his chain. He's just like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at the direct disrespect. His stuff wasn't disrespectful to me, so it didn't hurt. But it was cute, like a poodle. It was cute.
Cute.
Cute. That's
Yeah, you
funny.
need to take it to the fucking get it trimmed up. Poodle.
Everyone would be like, yo, that shit was fire, man. That was hard. Drop, that was cute.
I actually told them then they was going over his bars, right? I said, I said, man, bro, all that shit was garbage. He said, I saw sir like a dinner plate. Okay, that's creative. A saucer and dinner plate. How do that offend me? I don't know. Okay. Saucer dinner plate. I could see if I saw sir and put his brains on a dinner plate, then now it's a bar to me. You see what I'm saying? But and then you still gotta come in and eat it with some lava, whatever the Silence of the lima beans. You gotta go all the way and then keep the silence as the sheep follow the lamb. And now I would have took that saucer, eating the brains on the plate like Hannibal Lecter with a side of lava beans, and then I would have said, "Keep your silence, man." And I'd have put it all in there. They would have only caught they wouldn't have caught it. They would have said, where's the punch? Silence of the Lamb, lava beans off the movie, eat your brains. I saw sir ate his brains on a plate. I would have been able to break it like that where it's disrespectful. If you just writing punches, that's not disrespectful. Not to me. But they was witty, put it like that. It was some witty shit he was saying. So I ain't gonna hate on it.
What you think about those battles they used to have? I think it was on YouTube, where I'm trying to think of the Math Hoffa back when they had them battles, and they would give them like a month or something, and people would do all types of homework on each other, and man, the disrespect that people would say.
Hey, you might remember this. Do you remember the battle back then where the dude kept saying, "You ain't no gangster, you just another lost nigga"? And they actually came out with and then he started saying, "You gonna get this work." That's where that come from. That battle is where people say you gonna get this work come from. And he kept saying, "You gonna get this work." He has Loaded Looks and Calico. But in that battle, Loaded Looks choke the first round. It's exactly what happened to me. I can see how your brain can lock up, right? And
Load of
then
Lux is
I had
nice.
to, right. But then when he came in with his second round, that's what I had to do. I might even say it like a couple bars twice. So I was going into where I stopped that in my first, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna just pick up from the. But he keeps saying through the whole second round, all first verse, all first verse. I really only said 2 verses to keep it 100. It's like a whole nother 30 bars I ain't get to say because I choked, and I ain't allowed to rap over 2 minutes each round. So now I just gotta chalk so much of my rap in that shit that yeah, if I ain't choke, I'd have had at least 30 more bars. Easy. Like the song where I rapped all my bars on, I just put them on a beat just so people can hear the lyrics on them and shit. But that shit like 7.5 minutes, like 8 minutes. On a battle, I probably rapped a total of 5 minutes max. So it's like 2.5 minutes of bars I ain't even get to fucking say for real. I might have said them. I don't know. I ain't even listened to the battle back because them niggas was on my nuts. They was hating like a motherfucker. And it was people that was supposed to be cool. Like, oh, y'all niggas, I see your true colors shining through. Like, I just saw it, bro. I like, damn, it was amazing.
They were hating on that fedora. They were hating on your fedora drop.
They can't hate on them. They can't hate on my hat. That bitch too cold. And I got like 30 of them motherfuckers. They mad that they don't got no swag, man. What I was just wearing
That's right.
Yeah, they was salty at that puppy.
I've never.
They like, I bet they would have bought one. I bet they went and got one. At least 5 people went and bought a hat like that or something like it. Like, yeah, I'm gonna start
Yeah, I
wearing.
know with the dress and the fedora.
I'm just saying, I'm pushing 50. I gotta look it. I'm not about to be looking like these young motherfuckers. I mean, I got fitted hats and all that, but that's not my age, bro. My age is the fedora hat. Fucking haters. They was some haters on my nuts.
Hey, drop. The second time you were going, the second time you went, the birds were right in time with you, man. It was
They was
cool.
mad.
Yeah,
They
the
was
birds
mad,
were.
bro.
Mm-hmm.
Even the crickets came out. It was chaotic, but it was cool. I should have been drunk, bro. First of all, everything that I let go wouldn't have went. He wasn't supposed to call a coin toss. I'm supposed to call it because I'm on your thing. All
I
right.
know. I watched it.
Now, when if he would have went first, I would have saw he wasn't prepared because his camera wouldn't have been on. So cool. Then I would have went in my zone. I'd have cut my camera on and said my rap, and then said why your camera ain't on. And he'd have been forced to cut his camera on.
Yep.
Boom. Now when he cut his on, you will see that he didn't know none of his material.
There you go.
I know when somebody reading, he even stumbled reading it. He stumbled reading it.
I watched it all until everybody starts hollering at once, and that's when that's when y'all lose me, man.
Ooh, I stayed.
I can't do that.
I stayed because. Oh, sorry, Phil. Go on.
No, I just say I can't do that shit. Too much confusion and chaos there. It's not productive. You know.
I stayed because and I don't know why I stayed to support you, Drop, but I stayed. And when he opened up the panel, when they opened up the panel for other people to come up and yell at you, that was why I knew I stayed also, right? Because that's when you really see that spirit. You've already got the battles going on. You're making points. You've got this group of hosts. You've got the guy you battled. You know, you're a bunch of adults. You're having the conversation. And even if everyone's like, he's a sore loser, right? You're right about that spirit, because those people that came up to fight AP's battle for him, which was not even theirs to fight, it proves the whole point of the whole exercise. And I just wanted to add one more thing, and that's that you know, we've seen that sort of situation happen around, you know, already on different panels. But what I saw was an orchestrated. You know, there was a Jerry Springer plan at the outset. So even if you'd brought your A game, right, they were there to put on an entertaining show beyond the battle. And I think they would have. I think that for the sake of entertainment and not to look like a dick in case one of them comes over here and watches this. You know,
They were hating on Drop because they knew
no,
he's a good
orchestrated
contender.
attack. Like what they saying is, if I would have beat him 3-0, they was gonna do the same thing. They were not gonna come up there and say, "Sir, Drop, you won," or none of that. That was not the plan. But go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, as soon as you see these monetized channels, I don't know if he's monetized, but if he is en route to monetization, as soon as you see this monetized channels working together, they are definitely producing behind the scenes. I Jerry Springered myself the other day on OTW, right? I didn't know these people hang out on all these panels together, all these enemies. They do the same thing on each other's shows. Right, so I hop in to call Cynthia out for accusing a young man. Pardon?
I said that's corny when they argue, they front like they're enemies, but they hang out with each other just to get views.
They're 100% doing that, yeah. And there's this one woman, yeah, she's new on OTW a couple weeks, and she's about my age. She accuses a guy who everybody's hating on. He's like the Trump of the internet. I don't know him, never heard of him, till McCoy and Paula were in here that day that they were upset about what had happened on Max's stream. So anyways, yeah, so long and short of it is, I hopped up there to tell this lady, you don't accuse a guy of revealing himself on, you know, you don't accuse a guy, and I wasn't calling him a kid, but he is a kid. She's old enough to be his mom, you know, like irrelevant. You don't accuse a man of revealing himself, saying you found it on the stream 3 times, but you didn't timestamp it, right? Like, come on, go find it. Go find it. So they all go find it. She's like, I can't find it. Someone goes and find it. It ends up being a bag of pierogies, right? So I'm like, you know, I was just topped up to do that. I said, I'm not here to fight this cage guy's battle. I don't even know him. He's a fully grown man, okay? Like, I'm fucking here to tell this lady, don't misrepresent ladies, right? Don't fucking do it, right? You know, if any of these men here, you accuse them of that, they'd be laughing in your face because they know they didn't do it, right? So she goes and finds it's bag of pierogies. Now, it's a big joke in OTW's community, you know, oh, don't show your pierogi, right? But they planned that. Okay, now I'm a comedian, so I stepped in at the right time, right? And Cynthia, even the woman I was calling out, she kept calling me Becky, and I stepped right into play. I was like, it's Bex, right? I was just kidding, just Cindy, it's Bex, right? But I hopped off, and I'll tell you, ever since then, coupled with what some of the other stuff that's gone on in the last couple of weeks, I went and I fucking unsubbed from anything divisive. I really did. I can't fucking handle it anymore. You know, it's a game for them. You know, they're all friends, right?
She said, damn, Phil was right again.
They don't know what real beef is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's real. These people are doing this shit on purpose, and some of them are amongst us here.
Why I don't go to other...
you don't have to. They come to you.
With the people that come here, I like, you know.
I know they come to you, Chuck.
I don't fuck with none of them other channels outside there.
I know,
I hate when I fight back, and it be seeming like I'm toxic, and it's like, no, I'm fighting back. I'm not just about to let nobody conquer my energy, right? So like somebody can throw some stones, you saw them throw it, but they hide their hands from the audience. So boom, they'll throw a couple jabs at you on one show, you don't say nothing. Next show, they make sure they cut you off or come in right after you to disagree, but throw a little jab. And then once you say something like, man, bitch, quit cutting me the fuck off, bro. They'll be like, they go drop again. No, this has been going on about a week. I ain't said nothing.
Yeah, I see it all the time. I've seen it many times. Oh, then when you defend yourself, you're drunk. Oh, there's a drop. He's drunk again. Yeah, I've seen it many times. Many times.
Drop you're the one like me. But you can only take so much. After a while, you got to say something, because then they're just going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And then when you say something, you're the fucking asshole.
No, but look, like my girl told me, she was like, man, they do that for a reaction. Who the perfect person to get a reaction from? Me. You're entertaining. You really be meaning what you saying to them, and they vampire that energy. They suck that energy. It helps them move through life. You know, they docile probably, so they need something. They want it. They want to get slapped for real. Like, you know, the person that just wanna just please, you know, like suicide by cop damn near. You know what I'm saying? Like just jump in front of the. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, but I don't know. I know if I quit giving them a reaction, I gotta live with it and my energy. I'd rather get it out. So I'd rather just, you know, whoever doing something crazy, I gotta let them know right then, because I'm not taking this negative energy home with me.
Yeah.
I ain't about to be like, yeah, turn the other cheek. Now I'm like the whole next 3 days. Man, I should have said something. Man, why the hell I let that slide? Man, I'm feeling like a sucker right now. That gives you ulcer and stuff like that. Man, you don't supposed to carry that energy. No, if
Yeah,
they want it, they push the alarm button. If they push the fire extinguisher, I'm ringing. And I wish I could put a cap on it where they can't push it. That's the thing people tell me. Why is you letting that affect you, dude? You don't even, fuck them. And I don't know, bro. I ain't been able to figure it out for 30, 40 years, bro. I've been like that since a kid.
Me too.
Well, I want to say
sometimes.
this. I want to say this. I point out stuff and nobody catches what I'm saying constantly on a constant basis. Finally, Beck's seeing it. She's seeing it, and man, it hurts. It hurts
Well,
sometimes. Like
yeah, and
I just told Chuck, hey, they're amongst you, dude. Amongst us are predators.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, maybe you can say it better for me, Bex. I don't know. It seems to be seeming that way. So
Well,
yeah, by
yeah.
all means, please do.
I just wanted to say to Drop, like listening to you through that whole thing, you were solid, right? So even if it looked like you had a bee in your bonnet, what you just said describing letting that energy out, right? Like you were righteous in what you were saying, regardless of what it looked like, right? You know, those kids didn't play fair if we were in the schoolyard, you know, and they weren't going to play fair, and that's the problem. And you know, in the week leading up to that, you'd already seen that, you know, like. I've been in scenarios, you know, I held myself in, I had a situation that was going on right here, you know, and I held myself in a situation, you know, where I was being, you know, poked too. And I'm not trying, I don't want to talk about it, but I'm just saying when I did finally take a stand, right? Even if it looks like I wasn't, even if it looks like I was inserting myself, I can go get the receipts. I'm not here to show people's behaviors, because they show them themselves, right? You know, and so the test isn't against you. Like you are, I mean, I don't know, you sitting there, if you go back and listen to what you said to all those people, right? You know, that it's your tone, it's your energy, right? It's your righteousness, you know, like to the points that no one, you know, and everyone's just sort of like, oh, they can concede and they can kind of see it. And, you know, but it's for that first one that comes up that's like, yeah, fucking screaming. Some fully grown adult is screaming for another fully grown adult. Right? You know, like it's a fucked up spirit, you know? And so you know, and then you investigate it after. You go watch some of these people. Yeah.
No, I don't watch myself back never on no streams or nothing. I don't double back. But the thing is, as soon as he came up, and I'm gonna give it to you, philosophical shadow. Anyway, I'm a
Yo,
as soon as he came up with that energy, right? I immediately checked it like, bro, who is this fuck nigga? Get off this nigga. Who is you? Why is you so mad? Did you
Yeah.
lose some bread? I ain't understand that. And it was a whole attack. Come to find out, it's a man that been trolling me, right? And then Ab called me like, yeah, I want you to battle LV. I'm like, who is LV? The dude that came up there you was talking shit to. Oh, he came up there promoting a fight, all fake, and I'm not battling him now. Fuck him. You ain't gonna keep using my name to sell y'all battles. But anyway, he did come up there on some fuck shit, and then they started coming up one at a time. And I was like, damn, where my people at? And none of them came up. So it was like me against 5 motherfuckers. So I just started just, talking to all they souls. Like, nigga, I'm a god up here. I don't know who y'all little peasants, I don't know where y'all come running up on me for. But if this was real life and it wasn't the internet and that type of thing opposed itself, like we had a cookout and like 5 brothers, man, I'm gonna start shooting y'all. Y'all better back up, bro. Leave me alone. What just happened? So, that's the only way I could fight them off was yelling back at them. That's it. That's all I could feel.
It's that, hey, Drop. It's that same spirit that when Didactic Pants went forward. It's that same spirit that was bad mouthing him. It's the same motherfucker. That's what I see. It's bad. Yeah, it's bad, man. I don't even like being around that. And Aboriginals, fathers first. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, but Drop's competition, man. They know Drop's competition.
I like all they teachings and shit. I just don't like the fact that they racist. They'll say they not, but you can ask any of them. If anybody white, right, y'all could be starving. It could be The Walking Dead, right, season 5. Y'all can walk up, have y'all baby and everything, feeble as hell, and they'll say, "Get off my land," just like that. To me, that just because they're white, bro, you serious? So you don't care about the thing inside of them, huh? All you do is you see Caucasian and say evil, devil, leave.
Yeah,
and then the reason they say it is some shit that they admit history was lied to us. So now they're saying that they did this to us, but you just said they was lying. You just said y'all owned the slaves. Hold on, listen right quick. You just said y'all owned the slaves, y'all owned white slaves, and what they told was in reverse. Y'all said that 10,000 years black people ran the world until the Europeans took it over. You just said all these benefits. Why do you hate them? Because why? If you believe they're lying, then you have no reason to hate. Period. So it's sad that y'all gotta be customer service for the whole infrastructure of the world. That's fucked up. You got it, Charles.
They blame the so-called white man, but they won't admit that they don't call out the so-called black people who lied and told them they were from Africa and back that up. They've been selling them lies. All these so-called black lodges and stuff were telling them they're from Africa. That's their roots. Had them believing they were from Africa. Like you had said, Drop, it's always your own so-called people that fuck you over. Just like I always call out the so-called white people. I feel that's none of my business to really call out. But
I call out the system, man. I can't put no color with it. A lot people we talking about just be puppets anyway, and they told what to do. They told what to read on a Prelicom. Them people like Donald Trump, he's not freestyling that stuff. He was told to act an ass. He was told to talk like that. He's
in that community, I've yet to see them call out. My bad. I just want to say I've yet to see them call out the so-called black people that sold them out. Like even the Shinnecock tribe in Lower Manhattan, they claim the Nation of Islam, some of them, which I'm not dissing them or anything, I'm just saying. But weren't they lied to then about them being African when they're Shinnecock? But that's none of my business really. But yeah, I don't like the racism in anything. That shit's ignorance, man. They're blaming so-called white people that did shit a long time ago, or they're blaming the so-called white people now in power. You're gonna put us all in the same fucking group. I'm nothing like those people, but once again, I gotta suffer and deal with bullshit because of their fuck-ups. I don't do that.
But you ain't suffering, Chuck, because you know it's lies. So why should you suffer? your spirit wouldn't let you suffer. Just like I know all that shit they say is lies. What's gonna happen at the end? All the truth's gonna be out, and everybody's just thinking there's something and acting the way they are, like Drop saying. They're all gonna be made to look stupid, and they ain't gonna pass the test.
And look, they started pumping the African shit like in the early '80s, right? And guess who? Like you said, they don't call out their own people. African American and Afro American comes from Jesse Jackson's punk ass. He the one started that movement. He was like running for president or something. He ain't getting no votes or nothing.
I think they were called Jungle Patches.
Yep, and then you remember the flurry of hip hop where everybody from New York was wearing red, black, and green. They were right around the X Clan and all them. They was all this pro-black, for righteous teachers. And they pumped it. I remember when they pumped that whole thing. That motherfuckers thinking, "Oh, y'all ain't from here." And the other ignorant thing about the teachings is they really believe at one point in time it was only black people over here. You stupid. There's no point in time it was only one race over here. Just how you see it today, people been coming over here forever. And it's always been mixed. It's between the two oceans, man, and the seas. It's right there. It's why can't nobody go to war with us. It take too much fuel, and we'll see you coming a mile away. When they did Pearl Harbor, them was the first suicide bombers. Them planes knew they couldn't make it back. So when they and that's probably fake too. You see what I'm saying? But if this is real,
exactly,
yeah, but they all look the same people, and they know this is the money pot. We can't go to war on U.S. soil. That's our bank. That's like blowing up your own safe. Like, nah, we can't fight there. But yeah,
they don't need to build. They'll just put all the products on their shelf.
I don't know, man, but I really don't even care about the past. And people be like, "You spitting on your ancestors?" No, I'm not. My ancestors was thinking about the future. They weren't thinking about the past. Why I'm gonna think about the past? The past for what? It passed already. It passed. It's not.
You can't build a better future if you can't let go of the past.
And I say shame on anyone. Shame. I'm not one to shame anyone, but shame on anyone who tries to shame somebody in the now for something that happened in the past that they didn't even do. Who's the one who should be ashamed right now in this moment for how one's behaving? And I don't want to be, I'm not saying shame. I am saying shame on me, but I don't even like to say that, because shame actually, unless you've done something really, really wrong, shame is actually something that we feel ourselves. You know what I mean? Like it's not really for someone else to shame someone if we're living in a society that, you know, really people aren't, we have the kind of support where shame is, you know, you never shame a child. They don't know. You know what I mean? So you're shaming an adult. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. I just say shame on the people trying to shame me for something that has nothing to do with me.
Some people's ego won't let them feel that shame, you know, because they think they're better, or they think this, or they think that's illusioned. So they don't feel it.
I'm about to tell you, here go the pushback on it, and here's exactly what my people think, right? I don't know if they right or wrong, but they're saying through all this ancestry shaming, Caucasians is reaping the benefits from it. So they like, no, we had wait, y'all took our shit, and y'all it's like my dad stealing your dad's car, right? And then my dad passed away, right? And then I become of age, and you pull up on me in my dad's car that you stole from me. They like, man, give me my motherfucking dad's car. This is how they looking at it. So it's a double-edged sword, but I think it was taught for us to look at it, because I don't think y'all reaping the benefits like we think. I think it's an illusion. If we get them $3 more an hour, they're gonna say, yeah, that's white supremacy, right? And then make us not like y'all, and they're doing it on purpose, and y'all looking at it like, man, I don't know what y'all talking about. I gotta work just as hard as anybody else.
Well, not just that.
Supremacy? There's black supremacy. When they be like black power and they love their people, well, if a white man says, I'm white and supreme and I love my people, it's racist.
But the white supremacy is more like, I'm gonna give it right to you, Becky. It's more like this: the intelligent ones that's looking at it. We know our people don't manufacture nothing. We don't manufacture a car, not even a pack of cigarettes. We don't manufacture nothing. So really,
Damn.
nothing is ours if you're not making it. There's no gun manufactured by black people. There's no nothing. No
That's
nothing but a
true.
bunch of t-shirts, man. And that's the difference of being able to be racist versus prejudice. Now you got other, like Chinese people can say fuck all you black folks, and we can't do nothing about it because China making everything. They can literally say we don't care, no money, nobody, no pay, no, you know what I'm saying? We can't do that, and we don't got nowhere to go to after this. Now it's an Aboriginal stand. The reason we don't have no land to run to, because that's where we from. So when they say when they say Italians can go back to Italy, Mexicans can go back to Mexico, where can the black Americans go? So we don't manufacture nothing, and we don't got nothing that everybody call our home. We can call it all we want to, but if they're not an exception to that, then it's just a mirage at that point. And that's our problem. Well, that's colored people's problem. We want to work in everybody else's system that manufactures while we do nothing. We don't have an army. We don't have nothing. Not one thing, bro. Not a pencil shop. Not an eraser maker. Not even an app. Look. We got an app, but we don't got no internet.
Damn, you're right, Roddy. Yeah. You are right, man. And it makes me think about like all the
hold on, I disagree with that, Grub.
All the rich so-called black people that have millions of dollars, they could have like started something to get jobs for so-called black people, and started their own. You know, like wasn't it Black Wall Street they used to have? But they could have started their own jobs to uplift the so-called black people and stuff.
The black community has invented more things to help us in modern society than anybody ever. The refrigerator. Yeah. So you do have it.
Hold on, no. I said manufacturing. That means I made 10 billion refrigerators and shipped them across the world. I made 10 billion traffic lights and hung them up everywhere. I made 10 billion brooms. No, we made one, invented it, and they innovated it, and they manufactured it. Every race. But you got it.
That's where I wanted to say. I wanted to say that's where the curveball I threw realized, Triple R that day on Adrian's stream. But, I did research, Chuck has done research too about how he was brought here. My research shows my matriarchal lineage to have been here for a very long time, so my research came to the same deduction that all of your people's research came to, right? Like, and I don't say anything, right? I don't say anything. I drop a few. I try to direct it because I get controversy everywhere. Even though in Nigeria, my friend can find on the internet that the red-skinned people were the white Aboriginals of North America. So getting to the manufacturing thing, I get that point. We can look globally and see that that's the case, right? Now, if we can say that we were all here before and we look at the manufacturing on the North American continent altogether, right? The government sold out, right? So we can look at the government, the infiltrators, we can see how they present, and we can say those people did that, right? So let's call them, I don't even want to call them Europeans, actually, right? Because it's a misnomer as well, but I see what they presented, and so there is an image they maintain in their policies that they program to us through the TVs, right? That image is so great that there's a channel out there called No White Guilt. Anyways. Yeah. And you feel most white people would be so concerned to even go watch this man talk. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd feel too guilty to even, you're not allowed to even think about congregating on whiteness, if that makes any sense. There's no tribe to us, right? There's, you know, there's a
how much percentage would you give reverse racism? You know how, like, you know,
I don't
it's
know,
you
because
and a
I know
black
that
girl.
here's let me tell you the PSYOP though, like the PSYOP on whiteness in North America, right? Had my mother sitting at 8 years old in a classroom of people that looked like her, right? They were scooping kids in this land right up until the late 60s. They still were putting them into residential schools in the Western Canadian provinces into the 90s, right? Which means you were segregating families based on color, right? And so my point is that my mom was sitting in her class, so her classroom in 1955, right? And all her classmates look roughly like her, right? They bring in a local First Nations child, looks just like her, right? Like, I mean, doesn't look just like her, sorry, looks different from her. That little child told my mother the story of what my mother's grandparents did to her grandparents, right? Now, what child that isn't told a story to tell a story to another, no child wants to hang out in front of other children and tell them that story, right? Like the silencing of my mother's story, right? Of my mother's story started when she was in school. So I'm not going to, my dad's story is the story we've been told. Okay. You know, my dad was an alderman. My dad was named an alderman while he was on vacation. Like his dad was an MP under Diefenbaker who dined with the Queen, right? Like, you know, I get it, right? I get that whole story. There's a story there of liars and betrayers and classists. They have no heart, right? They don't even understand the feelings that you and I talk about, you know, that we're talking about here, right? They couldn't even empathize, you know, for the love of money, right? For the love of fucking money, you know? So, but my matriarchal lineage, that's a different story. That PSYOP is different. North American, you know, the Kennedys, that 5-year-old boy, right? His birthday on the same day as his dad's fucking funeral. What did that do to the people, right? So it's the stories, you know, as people identify, you know, I don't know, as people identify with, we've been told to identify with the skin of a character on TV. And then before I was ever told to do that, I always just identified with the characters. It didn't matter, right? It didn't matter. Now I get that I'm not the person who had this media in front of me that didn't represent me, but I also know that I had the media in front of me, the little bits that I did have that represented not me, and I still identified with those people. So there's and maybe that's a privilege, right? Because of simply the pictures in front of me, you know. But what I'm trying to say is this guilt, the guilt that they put on the generations of people here who were all here with everybody before they started to segregate us. You know, it's a trauma from having a sudden scenario where it's like, oh my gosh, better send Shirley off to the sister or whatever, you know, send her off to the cousin, right? Because you look more like that, and they're taking all of these children, you know, to this school, and they're putting all of these children in that school, and brothers and sisters look the same, you know, and families were just scrambling to put their kids in the best scenario, you know? So again, I long-winded there, Sir Drop, but I that's why I can sit in these rooms and hear all this stuff and identify with it, even through people who would not want to have me in the room, you know, because it's my story too. It's my mother's story too, you know?
Yeah, that's real. And what a Mexican told me, right? He said, "You black and white people is arrogant as hell." I'm like, "What the fuck you mean?" He said, "All y'all talk about is y'all, black and white and black and white. Like there's not 7, 8 other ethnicities out here. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
they, like
And then everybody
it's
comes
weird.
together. Yeah.
people are like, that's because the Chinese are clones and both the white and the black people agree, right? Or whatever, right? You know, like bullshit. Grow up, everybody. You know? Like fuck. You know?
You want to know why they could never?
Imagine think Asian women. I say the word Asian women. What comes to people's mind? Okay, I know I'm not going to say it. You know, it doesn't matter. A body type has become the embodied juvenile. You know, like I'm just saying, they've teenaged every Asian woman based on a body type. They don't even get to be women. They're going to have that body type till they're 70 years old, and they're still going to be like, oh, teenage, young Asian, blah, blah, blah. It's disgusting.
They can't drive, though. That's not a stereotype. Them motherfuckers can't drive. It ain't got nothing to do with their eyes or nothing. But I don't even know if it be Chinese people. It'd be foreign. They're just turn in front of you. They're just be doing weird stuff. And I think, like my mom told me, they're probably fresh over here. First of all, they don't know where they're going, and the street is made different. Everything different. They used to being on. So if they like only been over here 2-3 years versus us growing up in this type of style, you know, this city style, to them it's foreign. But I'll be like, nah, they can't drive though at all. My bad for that one. And everybody that got a Cadillac, watch. I bet they driving slow. Guaranteed. As soon as you get behind them, you like, bro, another Cadillac driver. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I don't know what. And I know white people was never in a hurry. You could call it what you want to call it, and the black people always late by the percentages. How we in a rush and late, and y'all never in a hurry, but always on time? That's some weird shit. Yeah, that is a stereotype. Let me chill. But from my experience, Josh was never late, and James always was. When I was working, James would come speeding through the parking lot trying to make the clock. Josh been there half hour and took his own sweet time. I could be wrong, but you know, from my experience. And Chinese people never work in warehouses. Hey, look, not for you. You're not going to be in a warehouse and ching chong next to you. Now you might have an American, you know, that went rogue. A lot of them people, like when you see Chinese people that if you talking to them on the phone, you wouldn't know they was Chinese because they was born here, they was raised here. All they heard was his dialect, right? Them the ones that they normally went rogue on their family. Like it's probably 10 or 15 of them, and they said we doing our own thing. Then you had the ones that get their little shops and they send all their money back to China. Them the ones they're not American. They're live in America to get money. Chinese, la 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 la. Yeah. You got Mexicans that can't even speak Spanish. If you're born here as a kid and as the generation goes on, they be like, man, I don't even know how to speak Spanish, dude. Go ahead. You got it.
You know that in Igbo language, chi and na, those separate words mean hand of God. Just as an aside, I'm not trying to, sorry, I did totally sidetrack that there. But I've been around Chinese people like, 30 years plus. Well, yeah, well, not 30 years, but almost where I live, right? Like it's like predominant, not compared to Vancouver, but so it's different. I hear what you're saying. I do see that about them sending money home. And I even thought about that recently about real estate and how long the real estate, since we have open borders and stuff that, and Chinese people are raised to see all Asian nations as non-mainland China. So even the Korean down the street who's sending money home to Korea and has been for 50 years or whatever, well, not quite that long, 40 years, who hates China may not realize that he's actually accumulating wealth for China, right?
Yeah, and nobody can never go to war with China, and here's why: they can fight amongst each other. It's because that's the new slavery. They make everything in the world. Look at anything in your house. Shit was made in China, and they getting pennies to make that shit. That's the new slavery, but no, black and white people. Remember in the 50s, the Jim Crow law? No, let's talk about them people over there mining diamonds. Let's talk about the people getting what's it called? The cobalt. They 16, 15, getting paid $1 a day. Let's talk about the new slavery. And then you will understand it's the government that enslaves the people. The Chinese government, and some of them, I believe in Korea, they not even allowed on the internet. Like ain't no on YouTube. You might can get away with it in Japan. One of them over there, they not even allowed on the internet, dog. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Drop out some good shit, man. That was hilarious. I know, because I know you. I know you're not racist, but that Ching Chong line.
I'm not going to lie.
I'm not a racist tongue, though. I say
I know,
niggas,
it's funny.
I say
That's great shit,
I
man.
say Arabs. No, I got a hood tongue, put it like that. We ain't going
It's
around
funny.
saying, now to stop from, I will say Caucasian. I might say Caucasian. But no, it's either the white boy or, you know, if I don't like them, then it's the hunky. And if
Here's
it's
the
niggas,
thing.
it's the...
You just,
They everybody got a name for me. That's all I'm saying.
And I like the white guys never in a hurry, but always on time, and the black guys always in a hurry, but always late. That's good shit right there. It's so true, man. Good shit.
I was going to say
Turtle
that, you know,
always beat the rabbit. Go ahead, you got it.
the policies that China goes along with and the lack of the things that our governments tell us about China, you know, so for instance, oh, they've advanced this much in 25 years ever since we gave them the invention and they stole it from us, right? Like, meanwhile, everything used to be made in Taiwan. Lots of beautiful things were made in Taiwan. So much that maybe they even had robotics over there long before we had it, and they had to tell us little tiny hands put these little tiny things together because we didn't even know that there were robotics yet. So there's been this big wall up between us and them, and our media's told us that, you know, the Chinese are all look the same, that they're a homogenous society, you know, that they don't have any white people, they're killing the Uyghurs to this day. Oh my gosh, China's so bad, they're racist, right? But actually, China has in their museums white Chinese mummies, right? They actually, and here's the thing, you guys, this is you're right, the Chinese takeover of the world. There were Caucasoids. People from the Caucasus Mountains were called Caucasoidal, and they were defined by what they weren't. They were non-Negroidal. They were there's another word for Hispanic, let's just say, and another word I'll find the dictionary, and another word for Asian looking eyes. So they were defined by what they were not. Now that was Caucasoidal. That's not Caucasian, right? Caucasian is a Caucasoidal Asian, right? So maybe China's been the one who's put all the people in place, claiming, oh no, we don't have any people that look like you, none that look like you. Nope, we just look like this, right? But in fact, they've got their Elon Musk who looks just like their own president or whatever, you know, or like the president, or like the fake president of Korea or North Korea or whatever the fuck, you know, the world's a stage, right? So, you know, Caucasians are not all white people, right? I'm just saying Caucasians would be an Asian Caucasus Mountain mix.
You said cock a lot. I must say that.
But
hey,
it is.
Hey, let me drop this on you guys. Everybody, we all know the Mandela effect changes are happening. Okay, so, but now there's Mongolia is a country again, and they're in the United Nations. They weren't a country before. They just come back. So now they're a country. So maybe that ties into who the real controllers are. Goddamn Mongolians.
Yeah, I got a call and shit. My bad.
You're all right, Rob. It makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Because who took over the world a long time ago? Mongolians. They say whose bloodlines in us? Genghis Khan. Goddamn Mongolian again. So think about it. There's something to think about. Ponder that. Goddamn Mongolians.
Sorry. I was just, you want to know what I was thinking? This is thinking of how yesterday inspired me wanting to get my friend Chris and the realist McCoy together and talk two extreme diets from the opposite ends. And the show would be, what do you have in common? Right? Because actually McCoy's definition of a healthy vegetable and my friend's definition of a healthy vegetable are the same, right? So, and my friend Chris, he eats raw meat, drinks goat's milk, his children don't do it, his wife doesn't do it, but he does, right? And it'd be interesting to talk to them about the similarities. And in this case, you know, we're talking about the Mongols. In that case, like that those hybridized vegetables and all the cruciferous vegetables and all the, you know, all the nightshade plants, they would all be the Chinese in this case, right? The Mongols. Damn Mongols, damn mint, damn potatoes, damn tomatoes, damn almonds, right?
Goddamn Mongolians.
Me, Igor, eat meat raw. Hey, but no, one thing now, you got two sciences behind that, right? Some say, you know, you want to eat shit. I ain't even talking about the meat or none of that. Like, you want to drink tap water because the water is not going to be clean here in about 20 years. No water when the system crashes, right? So your system should be able to take it. So if you ain't introducing, I don't want to say vaccinating yourself, but if you ain't getting your system immune to being able to eat stuff that really not supposed to be ate, they say you're not gonna survive out here. So like tap water, you want to drink a glass of that a month. You know what I'm saying? Just so you know, it's gonna make your stomach hurt a little bit, but it's gonna condition your body to when you have to drink out of pond or you have to catch some rainwater and drink it. You can't just catch some rainwater and drink it. You can probably filter it and drink some steam water. You know what I'm saying? But they saying if you eat, say you a vegan, right? All right, pretty soon you ain't gonna have time to grow shit. Now your body, you done went without meat so long. When it's finally time to catch a fish or something, your body gonna reject it. So they saying that even if you a vegan, at least eat a little piece of steak once every 6 months or something. Keep introduced because it's gonna be a time where you can't just eat mangoes and oranges and you're gonna have to go fish. You're gonna have to make you a fire and cook it, bro. You ain't got time to be growing no apple tree. Y'all gonna have to. We gotta leave this campsite in 4 days. Make sure you're ready. You're gonna fish. You're gonna catch your stuff, and you're gonna keep it moving. So where's the garden at? This magical garden of eating that, and they coming to take that and the animals. Animals gonna come eat your shit. So you gonna have to eat the animal. But cool, y'all got it.
Sorry, I'm
I see
here.
Fat Lana down there again as hell about tomatoes and potatoes. They were shipped in.
But I do.
Mongolians had nothing to do with that. You're all right, man. You're all right. Yeah.
You said mangoes and Mongolians.
Well, I mean, it's something to think about. All these changes mean something. And that's a pretty big one right there. Goddamn Mongolians.
Some goddamn Mongolians. The Mongoloids. Alright, bro. That shit funny as hell, man. There's people that really get offended too. They just get offended. Man, I was watching words. Hey, this shit was so funny. He using this word like a cuss word, and I was watching people really get offended. You fucking immigrant. This shit was so funny. Cause you're an immigrant. And I'm just like, man, bro, that's not offensive. Why you trying to use the word?
Damn alien.
Yeah, Root Word is one of the funniest people in the world, man. Hilarious.
They make it dangerous. They make that shit dangerous. Is what they do. Definitely.
What's going on with Huey P?
Man, might be. I don't know. Might be over for good old you.
He got no
I
bond?
don't know.
No,
No, he had a bond. He had a bond, and that was kind of weird. I'm like, you got a bond, bro? He, good luck. But I don't know, man. Hopefully, I don't know. I ain't talking about that shit. But
No, we
yeah,
don't have to
yeah,
talk
I'll
about
talk
the
to you
case.
back.
I was just wondering how he's doing and if he got a bond.
Yeah, he got a bond, but it's retarded. It's a retarded bond. It's like a bond. So where I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of stepped back from it because I just stepped back from it. You know what I mean? Ain't really nothing I can do for him but be nosy. You know what I mean? Probably send him $200. And what his bond was, I had to just keep my $200. That shit ain't gonna do nothing. Wait to put it on your books, bro.
right?
That's
Yeah,
who I
put it
was.
on the books. He's gonna starve. You've been to prison, you know what I'm
No,
talking about, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You be hungry as hell up in there.
no, he got dumb support though. I ain't worried about none of that. I don't, after 5 years though, people start forgetting about you. But
Yeah.
when you first go down, yeah, motherfucker keeping you right. After a minute, hey, mom, quit answering the phone, all kinds of shit. You be like, oh, I'm dead to the world. But a real motherfucker tell, like if I got a lot of time, I would tell my girl to keep living your life. Don't sit here and wait on my sorry ass. I got
Exactly,
20
Bob.
years.
That's it.
I go to the law. I expect you to have a kid and everything by the time I get out.
No, you're 100 right, man. I do the
I'm
same. I do the same.
gonna support your husband, your new husband, if I got it like that. Shake his hand. Thanks, man, for holding it down, man. Shit, I respect a great stepdad. All day.
Now get the hell out of my house.
I
I'm back.
watching the movie. The chick get caught cheating, right? The dude's response to it was so cold. He said, "She's all yours, buddy," and walked away. He ain't gonna get mad. She's all yours, bro. It's written on the wall. That's how you supposed to take a break. You
There
catch
you
your
go.
girl cheating. I don't care if you catch them in the same bed. Politely tap him on the shoulder while he banging around and say, "She's all yours, buddy," and walk out.
I'd say, hey, if you asked, I would have held that leg for you, man.
Me, I don't lose my mind if I see it. Now, if I just see y'all out, but if I see you fucking my girl in my bed, I don't know, I might shoot you. And I don't know, I would be temporarily insane. For the disrespect. All right, cool. If y'all was in your car in the parking lot,
Wigged out.
Sounds like a connection issue.
yeah, my connection went out. Yeah, like I was saying, like say you take my girl to the room, bang her out, whatever. Cool, I can, I ain't gonna be temporarily insane. I just don't know if I'm gonna ever forgive her, and I might still forgive her. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But if I come in the house, y'all in my bed, and she making a noise I ain't make her make, I might go kind of crazy. I might, bitch, I thought you was getting raped, baby, and I'm sticking with it. Soon as I go, no, I thought he was raping my wife, dog. Yeah, I thought he was raping my wife, dog. Let's go to. We've been together, yeah. Would I regret it? Yeah.
Right.
For you done took this man's life over this rat girl, man, you done. But at the point of impact, I'm gonna be temporarily insane. The ego gonna kick in, the jealousy too many things gonna kick in at one time.
Exactly.
So baby, just go get a room.
Yeah, I know.
You
I
got
had
it.
an ex-boyfriend. I had an ex-boyfriend that honestly he went through that. He walked in on the girlfriend before me, and dude with the bed. He went through her window like he always does, and caught him right in the heat of the moment. And let me tell you, I found this out a little later after I started dating him. I didn't find out at the beginning, and he put that man in a wheelchair because he stabbed him so many times. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for his lawyer, and like you just said, they looked at it as a heat of a moment rage, because your mind does tend to go other places. He got 4 years for it. I was like, oh my.
Hey, did y'all ever see that short video, right? Where somebody was banging his chick out, right? He come in, the dude run out the room, and he just starts stabbing his girl. Y'all ever saw that video?
No.
It's sad as fuck, man. It's super sad. They might have blocked me by now. But yes, he come in, he grabbed the dude and kind of pull him off his girl. The dude run out the room, and he just starts stabbing his girl. I'm like, that's fucked up.
Now that's
Can't nobody have that little coochie. It's just a little coochie. It just was having fun, man. It's all good coming from somebody else's mouth, but yeah, jealousy is a motherfucker, man. You got people, bro. They girl can't even look. You ever been walking and you see like a cute girl and you just checking her out a little bit, and she with a dude?
I do not deal with them. What are you looking at? I have a thing with that. I'm like, they're my head. They're my eyes in my own head. I'm with you. What does it matter what I'm looking at?
It's different from being an alpha male and a control freak. It's two different things. It's cool to be like I run my house with an iron fist, but not a control freak, bro.
Exactly.
That's weird. It's 8 o'clock. Dinner supposed to be done. Go cook then, nigga. What the fuck?
Or they'll be like, what are you wearing? You're going out wearing that? Yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, that'd be my, yes, I am. Who are you?
And that shows insecurity too. Because you're supposed to be secure enough that baby ain't gonna do that. And if she do, I'm not gonna be in her business enough to know she did it. It'll come to the light and then I'll deal with it. I ain't about to be worried. Who your work wife? Don't you know most people got a work wife and work husband? Your fiance too. Bro, they'll bring them lunch. Yep. Then you'll be done went up to that job and caught a case. Man, let her have her work husband. They ain't having sex, dude. They just click at work and it had the time go faster. Give her time to flirt and everything so she ain't got to worry about your ugly ass. And then she come home, turned up. She ready to do the oochie coochie, man.
Yeah.
Let her have that work husband.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I even call Dylan. I call Dylan my work husband. We say it to each other's face. I bring lunch. We eat together, right? I drive him home, right? He showed up. He didn't need to do this job. I was flailing last year. If it weren't for Dylan, I wouldn't be at that job. And that's why I haven't been to work in 4 weeks. I'm codependently, hanging out with my best friend at a job that's killing me. Right. So actually in September, his sons and his baby mommy are moving back, and they've always lived together a month of the year and stayed good friends. Right. Like she had another child in another province and couldn't leave because she didn't want to leave. She had to leave her daughter behind. Anyways, they're coming here and he's going to be my roommate. Right. So he's going to pay 2 days a week here and live with her 5 days a week. And now I don't have to kill my body to hang out with my buddy. Right. We don't flirt. It's not, it's not in a relationship like that. Like I know it's, we don't flirt that way.
Screwing.
What? We're not screwing.
No, I'm talking about when he moved in. In case he's a homosexual, when y'all, it's gonna be that one morning. It's gonna be that. It ain't gonna be no foreplay involved or nothing. I'm gonna fall asleep on the couch and start having sex in the morning. No rubber. Ain't gonna have a kid out the deal. Shout out to the work husbands. That's what's up, though. No, that in-house pussy is way different. It's way different than hooking up with people. You live with somebody. Y'all probably don't even be a couple. Y'all just gonna do that here and there. Fucking sex. I might be wrong though. I know most dudes thinking like I'm thinking. Oh no, yeah, I'll be smashing her, but no, it ain't nothing like that. Actually, her dude be coming over and everything.
I am pretty naive, dropped. I'm 50 and I've wallflowered myself, but he called me recently because I haven't been at work, and he's like, presented this situation, and could he pay me $600 a month to sleep in? I live in my living room. I moved out of my bedroom due to financial reasons last year, and I just love living out here, right? I had a roommate for a couple months, and then I just left the bedroom set up for another person, right? So actually, I didn't leave it set up. It was a shit show until one day Dylan's pipes froze at his house in the wintertime because we don't get snow here, and they're on the outside of his house. Anyways, I set it up for him to spend one night here. Yeah, so you're right. He did call me, and he made this proposition. I never thought about it. I'm not gonna lie. I just not saying. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for planting that seed.
Fucked her all up, drop. Had her all stumbling over words.
I'm flattered. I have no expectations. I'm just flattered by, but it did. The way you said that was like, it's exactly what I've been doing. I can't even call my boss right now because I know my work husband is like carrying the whole load. The two of us used to share it together. She doesn't hire people and train them properly, and she never fires them. So you're just some good ones landing. Anyways, zipping it. It's just,
Good shit. Drop. Uh-oh. Wow, Bags. The spirits are moving fast around the YouTube streets, ain't they? Woo!
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It's funny. It's hilarious. It's not time to talk about it yet, but unless somebody wants to talk about it, but yeah, you get it. But I'll say it out loud. I don't give two fucks.
I was wondering. I wanted to say hi to Kimba because I know we did in the back, but hi Kimba and say hi to Chuck again, and see if
Kimba's she's in my head all the time anyway. So I already said hi like 30 times. I'll post something and she's like, "I love that song." I'm like, "I love that song too, Kim." Or she's like, "I do the same thing." I'm like, "Imagine that, I do that too." It's funny stuff. I bet if we all think about it and talk about it, we all do a lot of things the same or similar, very similar.
That's what I love. I love about. I think that more people, before people start talking about what they don't, what they already know they don't get along about, people could maybe say, "Hey, let's find some common ground. We do have things we do have in common." I think that we'd be surprised at how much Chris and McCoy seriously have in common: their family values, their everything. My friend Chris, who eats raw meat and hardly eats any vegetables. And most of the vegetables he doesn't eat are probably the exact same ones that McCoy does, and for the exact same reasons, right? I just thought it'd be really interesting to see. And then to talk health. How do you feel, right? Like, what do you think makes it different that one can eat this way and one can eat this way? I just think it would be a really interesting exercise, Yeah,
that would be funny.
And to show that some of, what it would really show is how different our bodies are. Like that's what it really shows. Or maybe even how much our convictions and how we feel about what we do for ourselves supports, what we do. I think it comes down to more how different our bodies can be, right? Like what one person's needs are different than another's, and the way they get their needs met from the foods they eat, right? Like,
right. Yeah, makes sense.
Hi, Michigan.
Expel all evil, expose all truths.
That's right.
It was a good day. I just had kind of a rough run, bumped heads with my little brother. over something fucking so stupid, and I keep trying to get it to his head. We can't be doing that.
They don't get it. They don't get it,
Nope.
man.
Nope. And I even told him, I was like, here you are losing your shit about the fight with your brother over what? And he still couldn't control himself. No control. Just went higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, it's sad. It sucks to watch.
I just did exactly this: expel all evil, expose all truth. I just fucking started doing what he does back to him, and he did not like it at all. It got worse.
Well, that right there, that proves it's valid.
Yeah, I know.
Boom. There it is.
He shook. He shook. You don't want to admit it. I'm pissed. I'm fucking, but I ain't letting it happen. I'm chilling. I'm trying to let it bowl. So how are you beautiful people today?
Beautiful. You sound like me yesterday with that girl in the trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to run around and sage my mom down Michigander, and she don't like it. I try to sage her down, and she freaks out on me. I'm like, there, it's working. That means you need it.
Yeah, but the big thing is, I find that by thinking about it and speaking to him intellectually instead of arguing and fighting gets 10 times further. It might be rough while you're getting there, but it still gets better and better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
And I think that's one of the big things that they did to the populace all around the world was brainwashed everybody to put people down instead of lifting them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the anger they push and the and the violence and all that arguing and fighting and all. Yeah, it just becomes normal to people.
And I can even I associate with a handicapped person, one of the only people I know that ever made it out of an AFC home onto their own. And I can joke fairly rough, but yet still get a good point across to where she understands, you know what I mean? And she's learning something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people are just using shit for excuses. And it's like Phil was saying yesterday at my chat, I about fucking had it. I'm fucking over it.
Well, I mean, it's dumb shit. I mean, completely ignorant shit. Come over to borrow my trailer. You don't have a hitch. You call me, ask you to pick me up a pack of cigarettes on your way here. She didn't do that. She didn't have the hitch. So then she calls me from outside in her car. I'm going to go because you're in the house. I'm like, I just went out there. Here's how I shut that up. I took my crescent wrench and my adjustables and I slammed them on my trailer. I was like, then go. You just stop that shit. You go, bye. Deuces. Don't come back.
But you know what I'm finding with those situations? You don't necessarily have to bend the ear and you can still be stiff, but going about it a different way to make sure they understand what the fuck, at least to a little point, to a little degree, it gets you 10 times further down the road, you know?
Yeah, you know what? With this one, I don't care if she comes back, so I just want to make my point. Don't come back.
I don't know the situation. I'm just saying. I'm finding that
I know.
myself.
I got you. I feel you. You're right. 100.
Instead of getting pissed off and low level vibe on the situation, I remember it, I deal with it, but I go about the business. It's just like,
it's a different anger though. I must admit, it's a different. It's not. I'm not pissed off. It's an anger. It's an annoying anger.
Yes,
that I want to make sure. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know.
Yep,
what I mean.
I deal with it all the time. And it's stupid, like you said. It's fucking stupid. It makes no sense. But if you bug out, it doesn't get any better.
Yeah. I'll never bug out. I'm always in control. But it's like somebody lets me borrow their $2,500, $3,000 trailer, but I'd be bringing them a carton of cigarettes if I was going to keep it for a couple of days, like she asked. But that's me. I just asked for one pack of cigarettes, and she couldn't even remember. She goes, "I got one cigarette." I'm like, that started off bad right there. It's like, you want me to do all this for you? I changed the tire on the trailer, but yet you can't even consider me on your way here to grab a pack of cigarettes, but you want to use my shit? Nah, we ain't on the same playing field.
Yeah, that's where that metaphorical shit, the meek shall inherit the earth, comes into play.
Yeah, I say don't cross oceans for people that won't jump a fucking mud puddle for you.
Not sure, but I think somebody poisoned my big plant.
You really?
Yup. It's shriveling up and it don't look right. It looks like it's dying. And the thing is, the other two that are further away, they're fine. And I feed them the same water from the same creek. So it's not like anything has changed overnight. There's something going on there. But, that motherfucker's shriveling up and dying. I'm looking at it right now. I am about I don't even want to think about it.
I just had 3 auto seeds of mine pop this morning. I was very happy. I was like, yay! I have head. Oh, that's what I say. I got head. They crowned.
Yeah, we had a handicapped fella here that was here with my brother yesterday, and I think he might have been a little jealous. He tends to pride himself as one of the baddest growers around. And
Oh, no. There aren't people like that.
That's fucked up.
Not at all. I've never seen those people.
I ain't even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna watch the plant and see what happens because I know I use the same 2 buckets. I take the same fucking quad down to the same fucking creek and get the same fucking water. That bitch exploded. It's been looking beautiful as fuck. People just oohing and on. I'm impressed with it. And all of a sudden it's shriveling up and dying.
That's all that matters.
And we've had rain every other day. I've been watering it every day. It's fucked up.
Times like that, you wish you had a camera on it.
Yeah, but I'm a weirdo when it comes to certain stuff like that. It's fucking weed. I ain't putting that kind of effort into fucking weed.
No, I get it. It's not. It's the moral. It's the principle of it. Seeing who did it.
Yeah. You know, and here's another thing too. Like I used to be a weirdo about the weed thing because everybody was so picky about how they did this, how they did that, and it's like, dude, it's a fucking weed. And they're like, no. Until the first season, I got help growing professionally and seeing the outcome of putting that extra effort into it. I was like, holy fuck. You know?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be shutting down in a little bit, like 15 minutes.
You've been fucking. You've been
4
fucking
hours
for a couple days.
I went 12 hours yesterday.
Pretty close.
Well, before we shut down, I want to say, everybody, pay attention to spirit. That's all I want to say. Extra cautious, pay attention. Your friend can be your enemy, and your enemy can be your friend. I yield.
Goddamn Matrix Agent Smith motherfuckers.
It's like being a part of the best story ever fucking written, though. We thought the Never Ending Story was a good movie, man. Like,
they are
fucking living it, man. We're living it.
They're pushing it to the hilt. They're pushing it to the hilt, lady. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you have good streams. I like how they kind of fluctuate with when you do your long ones, they'll fluctuate, get really good tight, and then kind of ease off a little bit, and then get down and into it. Hey Charles, that symbol you put up the other day.
Which one?
The one with the circle with the line in it, and then the line going down.
Oh, the Globus Cruciger.
Yeah, I want to learn what the exact meaning of that is. Listen, I'm not joking. I got guitars and stuff that have that painted on it and have had for a decade. I'm serious. My nieces did it a long time ago. I got
Peace,
flags with
Kimba.
it. I got a flag with it. I got flags with it on it. All kinds of stuff.
She don't even say bye. He just slid out. And things dropped for coming up too. Who else was up here? Marcel. Yeah, I'm trying to find what that symbol is too, more deeply. I know it could mean a lot of different things. I've seen Mars, Venus looks like that if you flip it. It's so much. I think it's more of a map or some technology.
Well, I know that the reason that it was used in my family was my dad could draw every single one of our names out of it. Every letter, he could pull every letter of the alphabet out of that symbol. But he turned it sideways with the short line pointing to the east. So you had the long line going up and down, and then the short line was going pointing to the east, making like a B. It was just a goofy thing just something goofy my dad came up with. But the thing is, I want to know what that means, because like he said, you got to follow the spirit. I'm literally not joking, dude. I could walk up into an adult foster care and pick up a guitar that my dad leaves at this adult foster care that had that symbol painted on it for over a decade.
Which symbol are you guys talking about?
Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, there's a couple other acoustics that have that symbol inside the hollow hole. Like when you look in the hole in the acoustic guitar, you'll see that symbol through the hole. If I'm not mistaken, we got two of them, I believe, that have it.
Is it the cinnabar, or is that what it's called?
I don't know. I want to know the raw meaning of it, like what, the single word that they define it with or something.
Which symbol, Charles?
The globus cruciger.
Is that the circle with the cross off the top?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought you guys were talking about. Cinnamon, gremlin, limes showed a different, they were looking at a chart of those. There's a periodic table that's defined by symbols in the same shape as the periodic table, and we couldn't find that particular version of it being called cinnabar because it's more like two Z's, like two kind of Zorro Z's is another that's what they were showing on this. So she went and found the picture that she'd been shown, and it showed right side by side two different alchemical symbols on the periodic alchemical periodic table, and it was called the cinnabar. So I think that's what it's called, Michigander. But it's one of the few in the second chart she showed us that was different than the first chart someone had pulled up. She was like, no, that's not the one I'm talking about. It's this. And you guys, you'd already covered it here, Charles. You've been covering it here for a while. And like I said, it was these two Z's. But on the chart, on the table that Cinnamon pulled up, it was one of the few alchemical periodical table symbols that had two symbols for it, right?
See, I never educated myself on all that stuff. I just did it.
Yeah, I think it's hard to, that wouldn't have been taught in school. It has nothing to do with the same periodic table, even though the periodic table was the same shape, right? They set it up the same way. That weird, asymmetrical sort of step down thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, you've been sharing some fire pictures on your community page, Chuck. I'm sorry I don't comment more often. I see almost all of them show up on my feed, and then I usually go and check the others around them.
Yeah, thanks. Here. Oh.
Really trippy.
Well, yeah, let me shut it down. I want to go eat.
Have a good one.
Yeah, everybody have a good day.
Yeah.
See you,
Thanks
babe.
so much for everything, Chuck. It's nice to see you, Phil. Same with Dan and everyone else. Thank you
Peace,
again so
Phil.
much, Chuck.
Peace to the chat. Peace, Chuck.
I appreciate everyone coming up. And salute to everyone in the chat, man. I appreciate everybody. And I'll check out next time, man. Probably tomorrow. Peace out.